Well, hello everybody. How's it going? Welcome back to 91.6 WAYZ. How's it going, Serious Sam? We also got Otto. Yeah, thank you for the congrats on beating Fang. At long last, I finally did it. In no small part thanks to Otto Ye's great pro tips, so thank you again, Otto, yeah? Let's commemorate that by me playing a Sonic game. A game that they have not yet patched Fang into, but a guy can dream. I've played Sonic Frontiers for a grand total of how many hours? 130. And of course that does include all streams that I've ever done of it. But still, that's got to tell you something. Yeah, Sam is playing this same game as we speak. And JJ's in the house with the classical Izuka-style Sonic. Welcome back to Sonic Frontiers. Tears without those fears. Sonic Frontiers. Eblo just finished a Frontiers session, making your way through the beloved pinball section. No, you already got past that, right? Are you up to the DLC, maybe you said, Eblo? JJ says tears without tears. Tears of kingdoms with hedgehogs. Gonti. It's got to be this one. Gonti. Serious Sam scooped it up for less than $20. He got that 70% off. Or maybe even 75. And hey, what's up, Jack Griffith? JJ says I seem perky tonight. Hey, good. I got my tuxedo ready. My black and white tuxedo is ready for today's color splash discussion. Oh man, it feels like it's going to be a watershed moment. I'm excited about that. And yeah. I just had the thought to watch Dave Gorman, because JJ mentions Dave Gorman. Is that show title a reference to Blur's album, Modern Life is Rubbish? His show is Modern Life is Goodish. The intro was pretty cool, but I won't ramble about Dave Gorman. Insider baseball that only JJ knows about. Yeah, so Paper Mario Color Splash is going to be the game on screen for the, Dude, that thing is as dangerous and as identically attacking as the Guardians from Zelda Breath of My Wild. Okay, JJ says it's funny that album gets mentioned on an episode, and he says it has, quote-unquote, pleasant artwork. I mean, I've always known about that album just because it's kind of a memorable title. But I only ever got the Park Life album. Eblo says, as in Paper Mario, that particular game just faded away with the Wii U. Even Origami King got some more airtime because of the Switch factor. I mean, look no further than my Switch library, which to this day includes Paper Mary, the Origami King. The Origami Oligarch. Gave me those K.O. Chow. Coco. Grandma from Coco. I'm embarrassed that I don't have a Portal Gear. I kind of do want to get revenge on that ring around the rosy enemy. But let me get some stat points. Midna's here. Look, lament. Eblo says Knuckles piloting the shuttle is more dangerous than the Guardians could ever be. Okay, and yeah, Eblo had said that Eblo is, of course, replaying the DLC, doing all those missions. Yeah, you know, someday that should be a stream arc. Doing more of those missions. And I guess even the missions here in the hub world. Because there's a whole bunch that I've never done. Frontiers for less than $20. Oh, God. So, yeah, I figure I'm going to get the Unleashed PC port, maybe even for next week. And I'm glad to hear, I think it was JJ that said on Discord that it's like not having your computer have to work that hard. Like, your computer is pretty quiet. the fan doesn't start shouting like my computer's fan does when I play this game, Frontiers. And hello, Third Bruno. Welcome back to the zone. We've got an exciting day in store. We're gonna get a dash of Sonic Riders missions, a Knuckles and Knuckles wager, and then the long-anticipated, awaited, hyped-up, controversial Synthesia Color Splash Symposium. Hell yeah, JJ says the fan stays pretty silent and with beautiful results. That's encouraging. Eblo would sure hope that a 16-year-old game wouldn't stress a modern machine. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just... Unleashed is that on PS3? Aren't PS3 games notorious? I mean, it's probably decompiling the Xbox version, so I guess that doesn't matter. But aren't PS3 games particularly tricky to emulate? I mean, I wouldn't have any experience with that. My dad did and still does have a PS3, and that's how I was able to get Metal Gear Solid 4, because it came with the console, right? My dad wanted to get a PS3 back in the day, and so he got one, and it came with Metal Gear Solid 4, right? I didn't even have to ask him to get it. He just got it passively. And I mean, that was a pack-in game around the time of the pack-in Wii Sports, so there, take that. Aw, man. Wow, dude. The get hit animations are adorable. And it's like that, kind of a little bit like that in Generations, which I've always liked. Ooh, we're locked in 2D. How immersive. That's the beauty of a native port, says JJ. No emulation required. So it runs like a PC game built for 08 specs. 08 specs? I certainly have those. I have 2020-ish specs. Evlo says, was packing MGS4 in with the PS3 influenced by the Reginator? I'm trying to think. Did the PS3 launch in 08? I'm pretty sure 08 is when MGS4 came out. I just don't know if that was also the console, like the launch year. I don't want to do this. I'm not doing these little micro games. What I need is a gosh darn Portal Gear, so I am going to beeline to the general area where I know them to be. I'm gonna fight the Ring Around the Rosie big dude. But beyond that, 06. Alright, so then I would wonder, if we were pursuing that Reggie investigation, did the initial PS3 launch have any pack-in game? And then someone pointed out that, hey, hold on, didn't the NES come with Duck Hunt and Super Mario, that double cartridge? And my thought on that was, that's true, but was that the default version of the console from launch? And also, was the price of the game reflected in the console's price? You know, and people cite Rob the Robot. I'm like, are you saying that the first NESs launched with free Rob the Robot? Think about that. Think about that for more than 2 seconds. You'll get it. Yes, Sam points out that the Xbox 360 was in 05, and I'll never forget, you know, it's like a classic, you can't forget it. Like, I remember where I was when Tim Rogers spoke disparagingly about Portlandia. But on a more positive example, I remember where I was the first time I saw an Xbox 360. It was I was freshman in college, walking through the dorm rooms, and the guy had his door open. He was playing Xbox 3. He was playing a boxing game, and it looked scary realistic. And I was like, wow, I'm in college. This is the future. Pause. JJ says, when it comes to emulating these systems, you need beefy specs. Because IDK. Sam can tell you. PS3 is a beast to emulate. And I also think that's the main reason why Metal Gear Solid 4 has, to this day, never gotten a proper port. Officially, you know? And I think that has to do with, the very complicated systems and programming architecture of a PS3 specifically. Where's that? There he is. Dude, Third Bruno remembers exactly where he was when he learned McDonald's discontinued chicken selects. It was a dark day because, from that time on, the best selects you could get were from Nintendo. And they don't even do Nintendo selects anymore. Right? Which is to say that Twilight Princess HD for the Wii U continued to be $60 in perpetuity. No Nintendo selects anymore. Just trying to get a ring. Disconnected to the rest of the game. Fight this random robot. Hey, what's up, Ghosty? Ghosty's in the house. JJ says those chicken selects are still in the wraps. Wow, Eblo has a memory of having chicken selects back in the Sonic Unleashed era. Alright. Let me just quickly... The moves in this game... You can't do Wild Rush unless you lock on. What is Wild Rush? You have to L and R and then Y. But I think it's actually X because of Ridiculous Frontiers. AJ says maybe we still have them in the UK. Like just chicken select, not even in a wrap. You can still order standalone chicken selects. Yeah, because chicken McNuggets are a whole different thing. And I know I'm preaching to the choir about that. Now, will I stay locked on? Okay, that's not effective at all. So does it just want you to beat on him with the regular attacks? I can't summon Thanatos. What do you expect me to do? I got through on 20 heat heal. Ghostbird's gonna run to drop off your car in a little bit. Sorry to hear about your tail lights. I wish your tail lights a swift recovery. Of course, we don't want to get pulled over again. Eblo says, in true McDonald's fashion, you can get the chicken selects if they're locked on to a wrap. It's a package deal. It's a bundle. Clearly this enemy only seems to respond to the button mash attack. Is it going to get all its hit points back? If I spend this entire half hour on this guy... Kyo's indeed in the house. I knew it. Yeah, I think 21 heat is next. And I did it with Blitz Disc. Blitz Disc is overpowered. I can win easily on 20 heat. Kyo has well wishes for Ghost Disc, huh? Look at Sonic go. You know, I still remember just first seeing these moves, and they're so wacky and funny that Sonic would just punch, 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 punch. I'm like, alright, Sonic can do that. He did it to Zavok, too. Oh my god. There's that. Should I just jump and hold R? What's that move where you can kind of... Yeah, just hold ZL. That's not doing crap for damage, is it? I'm gonna have to do one more pass. Theo says that the command to collect vault keys from portals. It sounds like a Borderlands type of deal. And will Sigourney Weaver read the voice of the end? The disembodied voice giving you instructions? I have no rings, I swear to God. I have one more. No, I have 0. Okay. Eblo says, you thought Superstars was the end of this I'm so mad I'm burning up. I gotta take this on. It's that kind of about... Tank. It's not creative. Won't even let me pause. Game. I defeated Fang. Ghost of Burb's giving me the fiery motivation fire. Lighting a fire under my eyes to succeed. Come on, Alex. This is an embarrassment. But I'm gonna recover. Eblo's processing the situation. You just spotted that Sonic Riders is happening today. Yeah, we'll pop in there, do a handful of missions, and then we'll get going with the Knuckles and Knuckles soiree. Do you have access to debug mode, JJ? Because if you don't, there is a code to unlock it. I can't remember if we've ever done a Knuckles and Knuckles wager before. Really is just an endurance test for Hedgehog. Longclaw the Owl taught Sonic to do all these punches. Thank God Longclaw was not in the third film. Because I would not have bought any more Longclaw merchandise. I barely see where Sonic is. Oh my god. He's gonna shoot laser spheres. Eblo says, how does an owl teach punching? The same way a priest teaches love and companionship. Oh, it's nighttime. That's how long it took to beat that dude. I have a Portal Gear. Nothing can stop me now, except a 2 Portal Gear admission fee. I'm not burned up anymore. Hey. Switch direction in midair, no problem. Totally invert my momentum. The future of the Sonic series right there. Alright, I have the access requirement. Let's go. Put the Coco sitting on the armrests. Is there a cup holder? For a giant Surge soda? I liked Surge, but I never took to Mountain Dew. I think I would have hated Surge if I tried it for the first time nowadays, but I don't know. I think the Surge advertising campaigns were very effective. The Surge commercials for that soda, they almost had like a Sega 90s cool type of vibe. Like, I remember there was this commercial where it was a bunch of attractive teenagers running through what might as well have been, oh, this great song, an American Ninja Warrior obstacle course made of like couches and debris, and it was... Yeah, Ghost of Burb says that's absolutely all it was. It was just Mountain Dew under a different name. Yeah, now I'm wondering if I ever actually tried Mountain Dew in that same kind of general era. I like Surge, though, and I definitely like Brisk. Lipton Brisk Iced Tea, I had kind of a... Ghost of Burb says, be loud and annoying, and you're cool. Was that the Surge advertising tagline? Fine red rings. Like, I can almost imagine them yelling Surge the way they might also yell Sega. Eblo says that the Final Horizons version of this here level was quite an experience. Wait, so I guess I forgot. This level and existing levels get like a Final Horizons ring. Was that the coin in the middle? Sonic looks so epic when he's jumping off of a rail. That mid-air pose. I guess I could always run through again. Oh, okay. Eblo explains that some of the Final Horizon cyberspace levels or the challenges are, yeah, remixed cyber levels. I got all the coins. I'm proud of me. All I need's an S rank. Love this drum beat, man. This game flows so well. Alright, Ghost of Bird's gonna step up and get the thing done with the car. Have a successful mission. Ghost of Bird, get an S rank. And I'll talk to you later. Final badnik at the end. Keo likes this beat, but it's droning on. It could use a section B for sure. Eblo's gonna use Eblo's squad car to pull over and scare Ghost of Bird for a faulty tail light. Wouldn't that be quite the sitcom happenstance? Sonic Frontiers is here. And thank you, Sam, for your offer of tech support with the Sonic Unleashed PC port. What happened? Alright, see you later, possibly, probably, Ghosty. Keo also recommends an S rank. Encourages. Guys, I can get one of those important gems that I already collected on the first island. Only to have them artificially taken away, and then Ian Flynn all but looks at the camera and says, well, it would be too easy and uninteresting if I just got to keep the emeralds, right? Oh boy, watch out. Is the ring around the Rosie nearby, man? And also, I know there's a portal gear. I'm determined to get the portal gear that I know is a thing, even though I struggle to find it at times. Eblo would like Ian Flynn to please stand up and explain the exact whereabouts of the blue emerald across Sonic 06. Spoiler, it's in multiple places at the same time. So since I have a knowledge gap with 06 lore, is the blue emerald in particular, like, kind of important in 06? That war metal's mine. Only mine. JJ says 06 is a mess of a story. Eblo says the blue emerald is the one Elise had her whole life. Dude. And is that partly because 06 was supposed to be a reboot? Kind of. Yeah, Eblo says it raises questions as to how the heck it exists in prior games. Like, if 06 truly is a reboot, that would still mean, I don't know, that the classic games still happen, and that it's just a reboot of the modern continuity, but I don't know. With the two worlds theory destroyed, thankfully. Is this a portal? It sure is. But I don't have the admission. Do-do-do-do-do. Eblo says soft reboots exist. I guess I'm gonna have to study up via some LS Mark videos in order to re-educate me on what is technically a soft reboot versus a hard reboot. You know, you see the posters for the Chip and Dale movies. Sorry, the Chip and Dale movie that has Ugly Sonic in it. And it clearly says it's not a reboot, it's a sequel. Now, Keo says that sounded like the start of Terra's theme from Final Fantasy VI. Now, I might be thinking of the same song as you, because 8-Bit Music Theory, when I used to watch his videos, past tense, he did do a Final Fantasy song that's very similar. It's got the do 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 da 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 da. Is that maybe the song you have in mind, Keo? Yes. Hello, Vector. Vector says it's partly because time travel. Sonic 06 indeed has time bits that it does not abandon. Well, it does abandon them after that game. Did that itself do damage? This is a wash. So dumb. Remember on day one when I kept calling this a Cycloop? But it's just side loop, Alex. Oh god. Cycloop. Unite. Damn it, dude. Okay, yeah, Keo says, indeed, that's Terra's theme. But it's also an early overworld. Now, Eblo had clarified, soft reboot is the same continuity, but has few connections to existing installments. But hard reboot is brand new continuity. So what's a clear-cut example of a soft reboot? Outside of Sonic. And like, is Batman Begins and those three movies, is that considered a soft reboot? And also, what kind of reboot is Casino Royale, the James Bond movie? Would that be hard or soft? You son of a... Dude, you don't really even have iframes in this game. And hey, what's up, Googie? Welcome to 91.6, the Alex Yard Zone. But yeah, Eblo says that what I'm fighting here is literally also a Tears of the Kingdom fight. Okay, JJ says that the most recent season of Doctor Who is considered a soft reboot. That's the one post Jodie Foster Whittaker. Interesting. Eblo says Doom 2016 could be considered a soft reboot. Wild Rush finished him off, damn. Vector says from Tools of Destruction onward, Ratchet & Clank basically pretends that the events of the first game happened as described in the original Ratchet & Clank film and PS4 remake. Not the original 2011 original video game. So they didn't... Well, what's the word? Look at this guy's top hat. Lorestream says English dub. Hi, Lorestream. What about an English dub? About what? Frontiers? And then this is a sequel to the configurations in Sonic Heroes. In those Robot Storm levels. All I got is these little collectibles. Do I get the bits that fell off? Or do I get ripped off from them? Eblo says, look at all those ancient robots. That's amazing. Oh my god. You're outdoing me, Eblo. Outdoing me at my own game. Leave them to me, Eblo says Kyo. Yeah, maybe I could finish with that cyberspace right there. Final Fantasy fantasy. There's no more after this. It's the final one, that old gag. Is that a game in the Final Fantasy community? How long can you go in life without someone saying, they call it Final Fantasy, but they keep making more? Are they all called Final Fantasy because every game is its own thing, and so within its own universe, it is the Final Fantasy, right? And then you go to the next Final Fantasy game. Is it fair to say that every Final Fantasy game is like in its own universe? And then yes, Eblo points out, unfortunately no, because some games have sequels, right? Because like Final Fantasy X2. So that you could say, hey, now I officially feel ripped off that you hyped this up as the Final Fantasy, when it turned out you were just pulling a Jay-Z trick. Oh, I'm retiring. Come see me on the Fade to Black tour. That's your last chance. 2 years later, I'm back. I'm sorry. Everyone fell for it, but not AY. I decided wisely I'm not gonna feel pressured into a scarcity mentality that I gotta go see Jay-Z on his Fade to Black alleged goodbye tour. He just wants to drive ticket sales and make the DVD release of the concert more epic. And I was in another college memory. I was in college when that Fade to Black DVD was available for purchase by my roommates, who bought it and watched it and vibed with it as, shit, man, this is Jay-Z's goodbye. And then it was like my senior year, he does his I'm sorry. Comes out with that song with a great beat that was used in Doc Future's Let's Play of Sonic 2 Special Edition. And another way of saying that is that the beat to Show Me What You Got by Jay-Z is in Sonic 2 Special Edition. And I just abused technically the word is in the same way that Adam Neely does. That will be elaborated on today. Okay, but Kyo even says that I'm close, but not quite there, because some of the games do have tie-ins to each other. Interesting. Whoa. Damn it. Eblo says that the original game was the creator's last attempt at making it in the video games industry. Wow, so it was a boring meta behind-the-scenes allegory for his, literal career instead of actually telling a story? Well, Christian Whitehead must have been a fan, because that's his approach to narrative. Symbolic navel-gazing. But yeah, Eblo says it was his last chance at achieving his dream. Literally, his final fantasy. And that's kind of what The Sopranos is. That was his last chance. And he said that if he got canceled after one season, which is what he figured would happen, that he would retire from TV. He always knew The Sopranos was his swan song. He did make more content. I hate to call it content, but Eblo says, David Chase said that The Sopranos was his final fantasy. Indeed it was. His Mario fantasy, yes, with that authentic, incorrect New Jersey, Greater New York pronunciation. And shout out to David Chase. What do I need? I need one more red ring and a whopping 30 rings. So, shout out to David Chase, because as an infinitely valuable tapestry that the Sopranos program is, one of the things it born was the pronunciation of situation. I think it's Tony's in the car with Christopher, and he just says, yeah, this is a very delicate situation. And even Anthony Cumia of Opie and Anthony used to, quote that specific line in distinct pronunciation. It's a very delicate situation. And I actually cited Opie and Anthony among other inspirations in a justification for my Take No Prisoners approach to the second channel. Because the 12-tone video got a whole lot of views and even comments. And not just comments, but people with, dozens of replies to individual comments where people are having it out, with both sides of the equation represented, which I was happy about. But one sentiment I got in a comment once or twice was, okay, maybe I agree with you with what you're saying about 12-tone, but your tone is awful, you're so rude. And I'm like, the two are unrelated. Tone has no bearing on truth. If you don't like my tone, don't watch. But I'm delivering this tone to a person that deserves to be lampooned. Yeah. JJ thought it would just be a case of a catchy title. Fighting fantasy isn't as catchy. Vector had said that reading of the Final Fantasy name was debunked. They really just wanted an alliterative name, but Fighting Fantasy was trademarked. So there's no interview quote about that reading of the title, that it was a Christian Whitehead style, navel-gazing meta-reference to the behind-the-scenes business. Lorestream says, debunked. Well, I'm gonna debunk Adam Neely today. Another epic entry in the ongoing, much-needed, long-overdue series, Debunking Adam Neely. As Keo says, yes, alliteration. The Sonic fan game maker's favorite. Dubious Depths coming at you. Alright, time for an S rank, baby. I got all my red coins, I got my rings. I got this route, which I really hope is faster. I got homing attacks, I'm good to go. That upper route more efficient, man. Let's see how much it backfires. It's a very sensitive situation. Oh, and I have not yet edited the Sus4, Sus2 fake chords controversy video. And that's because I'm trying to get my Adobe Premiere Pro updated so that it will be able to do that automated editing right there in Premiere Pro. Like, I use the automated editing thing. I have to export the audio to Logic Pro. But Premiere Pro actually has that built in. The only issue is it's technically sending your audio to the Adobe servers to be analyzed, speech to text, and then it sends it back. But I have to update Premiere Pro, which I can't do until I update my OS. We're going really deep into the who gives a crap. But I figured, let me wait until after the Mania video to update my OS. That might be a disruptive event. Eblo says this message is how you realized what Sonic R's level names are doing. Do I know what Sonic R did? I don't think I can think of it off the top of my head. Eblo's uncle has a Sonic theory. I already saw Game Theory debunk that theory. But that's just a theory. A MatPat content slice. And go to the advertisement. Okay, JJ says lots of R's. Oh, all of them begin with R? Okay. Mario's in the house, imploring me to complete 1-3. Oh, 1-2. Yeah, that's the flowing into the light that has an absurdly difficult S rank time, which I have always posited the reason they did that is so that you don't scoop up all the keys in the first 2 cyberspace terminals. It pretty much guarantees that you'll have to go to a 3rd cyberspace terminal. Yeah, Keo points out the best R of all, Richard Jacques. Wow, and JJ says, when you pause the game, and I'm gonna, actually, this is, sorry Mario if you were hoping for more minutes of Frontiers, because it's now time for a half hour of Sonic Riders, where I'm plowing through. Oh, but I gotta save. You have to manually save in this game, even though it's a modern gen game. Mario says I will enjoy the Wyvern fight. Yeah, and I have beaten this game before. In fact, I beat the whole game on stream, bit by bit. But me playing it on stream today and lately is part of the pinball arc. I'm trying to get up to the pinball in the 3rd island so I can do some authentic field research about exactly what's going on in the Sonic Frontiers pinball minigame. Clear the game and see what happens. That's what's going on primarily. Clear the game and see what happens. That's the refrain of a generation. Alright, back to title. Vector's got the digest for anyone that's looking. Sam wonders how long does it take to beat this game? Well, let's see. That says 13. Could I have seriously spent 20 hours in the DLC? I'm not really sure. But the fact... Oh, actually, that's 26. Maybe that was my true original file. And then the DLC was like 10 hours. Yeah, so maybe 25 hours to beat the base game, Sam, if I had to guess. But you also have to take into account how much I suck at games. Alright. Sonic Riders, underrated. Sam is wowed. Did you think it would be fewer hours? And hello there, Yoshi. Welcome to the zone. You're just in time for some Sonic Riders, personality-filled characters. So Sam maybe thought that Frontiers had like a modest 15 hours of gameplay. And I'm assuming, Sam, that in your playthrough that you're doing right now, I'm assuming you're doing all the puzzles to like open more and more of the map. So of course I did those too on the first playthrough. That's going to kind of pad out the time. Not even in a bad... I mean, there's a lot of the little puzzles are dumb, but I think it's very smartly structured the way that the only really thing that those puzzles, which are total pace breakers if you're thinking about it as a speed game, but those puzzles only, if I recall, affect the map. Each puzzle you do reveals more of the map. So it's very well designed because once you beat the base game, now you can play it in a much more speedy way. You don't have a map, but you just have to rely on your natural navigation. Like, it's perfect. Let's open up Dolphin the Hedgehog here. Yoshi says, Alex? Suck at games? Nah, you're doubting yourself or clearly hiding your power level. Well, what I meant by you have to consider how much I suck at games. Maybe I barely suck at games. Or maybe, right? I certainly lose to JJ a lot, but it's because I'm looking at chat. And I've always beaten him at the, 2 canonical Metroid races we've done. Shout out to JJ. Where's Sonic Riders? Such a good game. Where is the Switch remake? And Vector adds, don't forget Streamer Brain. You forget things. You crash into kids. Probably a little too loud. There we go. Vector says that JJ doesn't have to entertain the crowd. at the same time he's playing. Indeed, that's true. But still, he absolutely crushes me most of the time. Let me find my window here. Opening theme starring Trent Reznor. In my synesthesia mind, this song is sung by Trent Reznor. And people who tell me it's not Trent, they're wrong. Where the hell is... Yoshi says that's true. You tried having a political conversation while playing games. That is tough, and you don't see how people do it. I mean, it's kind of a running gag here at the Alex Yard Zone that if I'm doing a points wager, mentioning Spoiled Child 694 is like a surefire way to knock me off my game. Now, JJ acknowledges that while he doesn't have to entertain per se, he is listening to the stream and it can affect you sometimes. And I believe that, but any amount it affects you less than me having to talk affects my gameplay and reading chat. I assume that JJ is not really like actively scanning the chat, until he gets to the level select tally. Not the level select, but the level clear results screen. All right. Natural select you. Yoshi was vibing to the jam, though. Let's start with the Baby Storms missions. I've done a lot of these missions. I'm moderately proud of what I've accomplished so far. Couldn't have done it without Third Bruno, without Kyo, without JJ. Do we have any other Sonic Riders experts in the house? Actually, I'm not sure about Kyo's Sonic Riders resume. I forget. Grind. Alright, this is the one where you gotta get your grind on. Why don't we do a wager? Yeah, Kyo, the magic is gone. You had to be there. But I guess in a nutshell, a concise question is, how much have you played or are familiar with Sonic Riders? Okay, let's say beat it in 3 tries. Okay, I only got 3 tries. Although, let's make it 4, because the first one is kind of a find your way type of thing. Watch me beat it on the first try. Alright, so there's 1 minute. I got 4 tries. I got 4 challenge tries. Alright, Kyo indeed has Kyo has 100%ed it. Now, does 100%ing this game... Does that mean that you get all the best medals? Like all gold medal, whatever, is there platinum? Whatever the best medal is. And Yoshi has also 100%ed it. Wow, Kyo got all the best medals. I'm impressed. Ghostburb used to be really into this game. You wish you could remember more. Yoshi regrets selling this game to fund your Wii. Alas. Alright, I'm playing as a hedgehog. Rumored to affect the title of his series. That seems like a harder one to pull off. I'm missing lots of grind rails.
Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Prepare to repel intruders. Repeat.
Clearly I'm not going to win this one, but for recon's sake, it's a little bit too loud, isn't it? Yoshi unlocked the medals, the characters, the vehicles, the tracks. Yeah, you know, I feel like there's a lot of gear that I have not yet gotten. Like, there's plenty that I've yet to get. And Vector told me the faster you rotate the stick, the more points you get. Hey. Just trying to hitch a ride. I'm running out of time. Alright, so there was the first reconnaissance attempt. Take two. Ghost of Burb and Ghost of Burb's sister always use their palms to rotate, the old Mario Party method. Damn it.
Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Prepare to repel.
Come on, I hit the damn thing.
Repeat. Emergency alert. Emergency alert.
Kia wonders if that palm method is faster. I think I stopped doing that, even in Mario Party. I just need one more, guys. And this is only attempt number 2. Did I get it? No. I tried to hitch a ride. There's no more pulls, right? Okay, there's 2 fails, 2 left. Love the way that gate opens epically. They really tried with this game. Alright, seems like that half pipe is the way to do that. This one.
Emergency alert. Emergency alert.
One more, guys.
Repel intruders. Repeat.
Now, JJ has the breaking news, which I did see on Twitter earlier
Emergency
today,
alert.
that Sega are looking to hire more dudes for all their teams. Atlas, or Persona, even Sonic Team was specified specifically. Alright, I got my 6 rails, so I just gotta finish. I did it, baby. I'm 1 for 1 in terms of wagers. Wow, no one bet that I would do it, so you're not going to get the 600 points that Yoshi wagered. Guys, you gotta place bets. Ah! So I'll return the points to Yosh. Alright, let's see what's next, and then I'll hit go on the next wager. Let me hear that satisfying sound, certifying that I got the medal. Ready? Yeah! What's next? Yeah, Keod said that I only have to tap twice when switching rails. But yeah, JJ adds that Sega report they've been short-staffed for a while. And yeah, Yoshi chronicles the classic burned palms bit from the N64 controllers with Mario Party, where you could send away for a protective glove or something, because people were cutting their palms, and the blood was landing on their Puma. thereby smudging their Puma. Have I done all the, I think I've done all of these. I've gotten a bronze, at least. You know, I would hope that it would tell me, like, congrats, you got a medal on all of, what, Storm's missions? So let's look at, I guess, Wave's missions. But yeah, I haven't started the prediction yet, so no worries. Keep your speed over 140. I don't want to do that yet, because that's a little tricky. Alright, tricks, let's do it. Red Canyon. I've got to get enough trick points. 1 minute has begun, and I do get 4 tries. So let's do it. Betting is open. You know, because the first try is kind of just recon. Listen to that drum and bass. Where's Otto? Yeah. Hey. I'm a good rotator. Did I already get enough points? I'm kind of the man. Look at Ghost Verb spinning around, that's awesome. 22 points. Get me an Olympic medal. We finally figured out how to do tricks in this damn game. Ooh, but it was close though, time-wise, wasn't it? Hey, what's up, Javid? You're just in time for me to brag that I beat that on the first try. Wow. 5,000 third Bruno bet on a yes. And it was a yes. Yeah, baby. Oh, okay, perfect. Rolling right along. Very nice, certifies Keo. Ball bop. Collect 8 space junks. Let me open the betting here right now. 1 minute has begun. I'm playing as Sonic some more. Keo thinks that if Keo got hired by Sega, you'd be up on a content treadmill for like Football Manager or something. What does that mean? You would be tasked with creating Reggie Fils-Aimé style content about Football Manager and, you know, the Persona 5 mobile spin-off. Oh, there was space junk up there. I'm gonna get my first junk. Eblo says, dude, Eblo's comedy genius is so genius that Eblo is, against all odds, getting me to like puns. I always don't like puns, but Eblo has broken the mold. Bravo, Eblo. Reggie feels anime. Dude watches Cowboy Bebop. Alright, this was try 1. You know how try 1s can be. Running across the finish line with no style. There's the first attempt, but I hope Javid's doing good. Javid, were you on the edge of your seat watching the entire Oscars, hoping that Dune Part 2 would be nominated Best Movie of the Year? Because I guess it was nominated. I still haven't seen Part 2. I go to see Part 2. And I asked that question half jokingly. I'm personally not invested in the Oscars, not even a little. I don't need rich filmmakers to tell me that Life of Pi was the best movie that came out that year, I already know it to be true. And you're damn right it got Best Director. Sam says, wait, Dune Part 2 won? No, but I was saying, like, were Javid or anyone else on the edge of their seats hoping that it would win? Hey, I missed that Space Junk Galaxy. Oh, and that's like a double whammy. You gotta do all those grinds to get all those space jumps. Theo says, doing typical seasonal updates. I can't remember what that's about, sorry. Alright, so I own this one. Well, I mean, I got everything I needed for the basic metal. Lore Stream was not invested this year compared to last year's. 2023 was stacked in terms of keynote. Yeah, what was last year? By the way, I've done 2 tries, so I have 2 tries left. Javid only unmuted the Oscars when the Pale Irishman started talking. Yeah, and that was pretty much my Oscars experience. Looking up the 20-minute monologue on YouTube the day after. And it was pretty good, from what I remember. I missed the space junk, damn it. But that's fine because I can still redeem things by getting that last chain of grind rails, you know? Eblo refuses to watch a ceremony that does not validate Eblo's taste and commemorate Sun. Alright, I got 8. Dude, I'm on a roll. I've not lost a wager yet. I got 9 space jumps. Yeah, baby. Eblo says, Jeff Keighley is on watch, and Oscar himself, too. Yeah, when they inevitably, reinvent the Oscars for the modern audience, I would hope that the new Oscar statue that they give out is Oscar the Grouch coming out of his trash can. Sam was victorious on that wager, but the question becomes, how much did he win? And he's getting 500 points. Not bad. Not bad, Brohan Santana. Which mission is next? Yoshi's processing the situation of having lost the wager. I know the feeling. Now you know how it feels to be Color Splash when it was released. Paper Mario. Reach the goal in 65 seconds, knock away obstacles. Fine, let's do it. New wager begins right at the end of this sentence. Period. There it is. Am I going to be as Knuckles or maybe Wave? Because I've been Sonic for a lot of these. Knuckles is ready to destroy objects. Bogus starting speed. Oh, what the... Did I miss necessary objects? Watch out for the plasma bombs. They look very Metroidy. Ah, yes, that's right. Oppenheimer was the big one last year. Right. Now, Oppenheimer led the nominations last year, and this year it was Amelia Sweetheart, but I guess the Twitter closet skeletons kind of undid that. Alright, there was attempt 1. Whoops. Yeah, so Oppenheimer and Barbie, that was the year that rescued cinema. And look, I'm glad it was rescued. I like the movies. It's just the only movies I've seen at the theater since the stay-at-home incident are video game adaptations and Barbie. And that's it, literally. Is there objects up on that left side? Eblo says, I am become death. Really? Nice grammar, bro. The only thing Oppenheimer bombed was his English exams. And to be fair to Oppie, I think that quote is kind of a misnomer, misattributing. He didn't actually say that. And I think what that is like a quotation from some ancient era of human history when canonical grammar was all screwed up. They had not fixed grammar yet. Nothing made sense, but somehow everyone of the time was able to play along. There's attempt 2, so I'm not even getting to the finish line. I just don't know if I had enough pieces. Had I destroyed enough objects? Ghost Burb was just trying to remember the last movie you saw in the theater, and you honestly can't remember. Yeah, I wonder, Ghosty, have you seen a movie, after the stay-at-home in 2020 and beyond? Because going back to the movie theater was a big deal for me, and I think it was Sonic Movie 2 that was my grand return to cinemas. Alright, I've tried 2 times, so I have 2 more tries. Oh, Bruno says, the goal is just to okay, so I don't have to break a certain amount of those objects. It's just kind of, break the objects. Don't get hit by the bombs. It's a little strange, but fine by me. Now, what is with this upper path? And then, of course, breaking the objects gets you air. Here. Oops. 10 seconds. Ooh, just made it. Eblo says, it's caveman speak. Unga unga, I can become death. Ooh ee ooh I am become death. Japid says, when you learn Sanskrit on your own, only then can you complain about the translation. Why did Oppenheimer take a webinar on Sanskrit? And I was joking about what I was saying before about how things didn't make sense back then. They just don't make sense to us by our modern English standards. Eblo would think that when you translate to a language, use correct grammar for target language. Ghost of Bird remembered which movie it was. Beetlejuice 2. Yeah, and I saw Beetlejuice 2 here at my house, and I liked it. Alright, thank you for the well done commendations, Third Bruno. Wow, Bruno is on point once again, bet 5k, and he's going to take a piece of the 10-point pie. Alright, I guess I'll do one more mission. And I'll only run a little bit past 5:15. So let's see what the goodbye mission is, people. Wave got more missions? Oops. JJ meant to type the word YouTube into the browser. I know the feeling. That's like Trump's Kofifi. Not the same thing. Kofifi, everybody. Air ride, that's the flying one. Alright, well, that's interesting. Reach the goal with over half of your hair. Air. Oh my god. Air. Beads. Bees. Alright, last wager for Sonic Riders begins right now. Wow, and they even start you out with a low amount of air. Interesting. Oh, I don't know if I've ever used this Cool Kid scooter before. Dude, it makes a cute little dinky scooter sound effect. It's so adorable. Figures Tails would have this. You think that's going to stop him from doing S-level tricks? Hell no. Alright, I gotta get and conserve air. Now does Tails... Okay, Tails cannot break through. Eggman left all these very rude bomb traps. Or maybe it was Jet the Hawk. He seems like a mischievous one. Dude, the motor is so adorable. Okay, that you do have to jump on that naturally forming... I need a Mondo trick coming up here. Tails bumped this. Can you do tricks off of that thing? And I've been missing out on a trick opportunity the whole time. Certainly don't have half my air. Here's attempt number 1. Nice, and JJ's pre-registered today's VGM request. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I forgot to say it when JJ scooped up the request. And I look forward to it. Oh, and you get air going through those rings, huh? I forgot about that. So I'm not going to use boost at all. Because that expends much needed air. I'd like to think I will still have enough. Don't want to drag out that drift too much. Don't fumble it at the finish line. I could boost and still win, but I'm not gonna. Little Vespa scooter. Hey, got the job done. See the way Tails stood up and did a flip as a victory? That's amazing. 147 air, baby. Ghosted Burb confirms the okay. I did it, baby. Dude, I was everything for everything today. I never failed any wagers. I'm proud of me. So let's pay out the final victorious wager to the one and only third Bruno, who's scooping up a pie of 510 points, mostly funded by Eblo. I did it. I'm proud of me. Eblo says, took fewer than 4 tries. What was the words? Beat it in 4 tries. I see what you did. Ghost Burb says, 2 tries is not 4 tries. I get the bit. Yeah, I guess it technically means within 4 tries. All right, you know what time it is, people. Sonic Mania. Double the kidness, double the fun, and double the contestants, me and JJ. Keo wonders if those are debut emotes. I certainly recognize the okay, but the scream face, that might be new. Don't immediately recognize that one. The OK one is a certified classic. Ghost of Burb confirms there's a few newer ones. An exciting new era. Let me open up Steam some more. Now Sam says, when is Superstars Boss Rush versus JJ? I would totally do that. Wow, Ghost Burb's got the full array of the new ones. No sorry required. Look at that lineup. Steam the Hedgehog is opening up. Get my Mania my Mania window ready. Sonic Mania. Keo says, Temmie is new. Keo's seen that one before. Maybe not new like today, but... Eblo doesn't want to wager that last 5 hours. Now, JJ says Superstars Boss Rush. And I guess when Sam said that, I was like, in my head, oh, cool. Superstars has a boss rush? Cool. Is that a thing? A standalone, just go through the bosses without any levels? JJ, much like me, is wondering, is that even a thing? Do tell, pray tell, oh, Serious Sam representative. You know, because you represent the Serious Sam series here in the Alex Yard Zone, as well as Hat in Time. Sonic Mania, one of a kind. Uh-oh, Sam's got the back pedal. So Sam was, I guess, hoping that that's a thing. Abandoned bit. Nice. All right. I'm going to disappear into the digital ether like so and get it set up for the wager. Thank you for updating the stream category. Oh, helpful moderator. Wow, Keo says that Rystar has a boss rush. What, are you going to beat the game to unlock it? I never knew. That's what I call dedication to features. How many of you remember where you were for the Sonic Mania reveal trailer? Because I do. I was in Waltham, Massachusetts. And it was beyond epic. Sam confirms there's no boss rush mode. So I guess that was just a flight of fancy proposal that Serious Sam had for Sonic Team. Which is to say, our Zest, under the direction of Sonic Team. I'm gonna open Discord here to get JJ's feed. Now, when you pick Knuckles and Knuckles in the debug mode thing, is that only for a no-save file? I guess we'll figure it out. Let's get JJ's window here. There's JJ. Alright, so I'm ready to open up the betting. There'll be 30 minutes for that. It's time for snow. I pressed FromSoft A. Mania. Alright, I'll be ready pretty soon. Ghost of Burbs got Knuckles and Knuckles. All right. Pop back on camera here. Wow, JJ's at level select. With his own 2 Knuckles emotes. I'm back. Nice. Banquazam's in the house and picked up that Unleash port. That'll be me pretty soon. I'm excited. Banquazam simply cannot wait to try it. Okay, so I got Knuckles mode on. And I guess I'll do the countdown. Oh no, I gotta start the wager. Let me open up the prediction betting. Who will get more points? Alex or JJ? Ready, set, bet. Alright, I'll do the canonical countdown in chat. Screw it. Make it hyper official. There's your 3, 2, 1. Go and Knuckles. Ah, look at the 2 Knuckleses. One of them's napping. Yeah. Bam Kazam is ready to come out and declare that Bam Kazam likes Unleashed more than Generations. That's impressive. JJ's in motion. I'm in motion. Look at JJ flying back and forth. Hither and thither. Green Hill starts with a ceiling? How very... Oh, but this is Knuckles' Green Hill. Wow, so Knuckles starts inside the cave? Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, I guess I sort of forgot that technically you play as Knuckles. There are some new level areas. Maybe not as much as Cyber Shell or me or any Sonic fan would like. Loses perfect cool bonus right off the jump. I'm pissed. Yeah, and Bam Kazam, just downloaded it. I just quickly echo what Sam said to be careful. Practice safe download practices, everybody. When was the last time I came up here as Knuckles? Bam Kazam has an antivirus and is ready to proceed. Bam Kazam feels good about the safeness rating. I almost got. Cool Kids route. That's a bubble shield. Oh, I'm upset about that. Now, robot voice in the background? What? Yeah, what is this, guys? Is this on my stream? Yeah, naughty words? Yeah, I'm very confused. What's going on, guys? Is this in the game, or... I'm dying to know what you guys are talking about. Is it an echo? Testing 1, 2, 3. Da 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 da. Playing robot. What is the robot voice saying? Is this a bit? I guess JJ's never heard this alleged robot voice. I don't think I have any, no, I don't have any, web browser windows open. Yeah, I'm totally lost with that. Keo says it's not a bit. At times it sounds like distorted voiceover radio. But is it my voice? Is it Obama's? What's going on with that? Oh, it's Discord. That would explain that. Thanks, Discord. Okay, thank you, everybody. Sorry about the confusion. That explains that. I think it will have stopped now. Sorry, I was getting worked up about it. It's just that I think why it freaks me out so much. It's just something making noises that it shouldn't. Do I have a virus? You know, that's where the mind goes. Crisis averted thanks to you, detectives. Thank you. Glad you pointed that out. You son of a monkey. Taking too many hits. I am very uncool in that my cool bonus will reflect all those hits that I took. That's where Lore Stream's mind went to. Thankfully, it weren't that. I don't want robot virus. Sam confirms. It was Alex. Yeah, was it somehow an echo of sorts? Dun, dun. Can I go downstairs? Can I move this? Yeah, look at this. Is there a good bounty down here? Alright, extra life. Nothing special. This is promising. Yoshi's ready to bring up this sponsor, NordVPN, as seen in Cybershell's video, which, how many of you watched Cybershell's Shadow Drop 2 new videos? And at least one of them had a ad in it for that Factor meal service where you just put it in the microwave and then consume. Nice job, and Knuckles, getting 2 extra hits in this Bad Larry. That's what I'm talking about, my man. Gonna bring that up at your next performance review. Look, if I can get more than 50 rings, I'm not a total joke. Cool bonus, 7,000, I'm sure. JJ got a lot more. Is JJ on Act 2? Yeah, those totem poles, Act 2. So yeah, Sonic Unleashed, PC port. I'm only hearing good things from the crew. And I'll possibly get it up and running for streams next week. Start a new arc. I'm excited. What a pleasant surprise. Knuckles got those ups. Whoa. Oh. Nice. And Knuckles is on point today. Oh. So Sega is hiring. So look out for another Lore Master job posting, guys. It could be you. You hearing that go-go instrument? Whoop, whoop. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I want that. Oh, it's elusive. Skills. Almost got myself hit. Oh boy. Phantom bugs. I didn't want that shield. Oh. Right. Just lose the shield and get... Oh, I can't even take a hit because of the shield. So I guess I can't even be hurt by those enemies. Protect the spring to get the most out of it. There we go. Let me run into a badnik. Alright, at least this shield doesn't give... If I take a hit, then I'll intentionally get hit again. Alright, I took a hit. God damn it. So yeah, Sonic Mania video is coming along nicely. I've basically finished audio editing, which is a huge milestone. And that means that the only work left is just a limited list of tasks. Add this graphic here, make this fade out sooner, little things like that I gotta go back and do. But yeah, I'm still feeling pretty good about the March 11 projected date. It's a monster of a video, you guys. And furthermore, JJ has 46K. I have 34. So I'm not that far behind, potentially. Polar Wildcat is excited to hear that it's almost ready. Yeah, and it, as I've said, it's a longer production cycle than every video I've ever done, in part because it's the biggest video I've ever done on the channel. Should I tell you exactly how many minutes it is? Yeah, it's almost here. So I'm gonna just tell you. Because I'd like to at least give, you know, a little tidbit here and there each stream. Not spoiling or giving away too much. But nonetheless, a little hype tidbit. Why can't I... There we go. The Sonic Mania music theory video, slated to debut approximately, if not right on, March 11, is a total runtime of 28 minutes. 28 minutes, people. It's a behemoth Cybershell-sized video, and I'm through the roof with excitement. Okay? Sam is guessing 1 hour. Wow. And thank you for the go-go encouragement, Wonder Woman, even though I'm competing against beloved JJ. Ghostburb says, insert Reggie tapping watch gif here. Waiting for, what, Knuckles to continue the adventure. So yeah, a whopping 28 minutes. And as I've said, all 4 new zones in Mania will get their time in the spotlight, but there's 2 that get a lot of attention. But the other 2 zones at least get 2 observations each. Oh god. Blue worms, very scary. Wonder Woman says, JJ needs to be taken off his high horse. Well, and then we ought to schedule a Metroid speed run in the near future. Haha. Me saying that will be heard by JJ further hinders his gameplay performance today, apparently, he said. He's like, even though I don't have to look at chat and say things out loud, he says, I can still get thrown off by things Alex says. So getting inside JJ's head is a science all its own and part of the competition. A little. I wouldn't abuse that. Not someone who leans on gamesmanship. Say no to gamesmanship. Win the game by playing the game, not by gaming the game itself. Psyching him out indeed, Wonder Woman. JJ says, I deserve a 6'9". Who? What's it? For getting inside your head. Now, I think it was, what was it, EB that had shared a comment on the recent reaction video that shall not be named. that someone said that I, Alex Yard, sound like a grandpa Hockey 695. And then was it JJ that said that at first you kind of got us mixed up? I can't remember if it was JJ or someone else. Like the sound of our voice. Yeah, JJ claims that he's not going to fail on the next Super Metroid race. We shall see. Oh, God. Don't blow it. I'm gonna get you, you mini boss. I think I might have a full cool bonus for this level. Have I not taken any hits, man? I would be proud of me. Polar Wildcat has a guess, so I will neither confirm or deny. However, I fully encourage such speculations and guesses. So Polar Wildcat, if Polar Wildcat's going to guess which of the four zones, which two are going to get, more stuff in the video, Polar Wildcat's guesses are Studiopolis and Mirage Saloon. That's a guess. Indeed it is. But I'm trying to keep my poker face and not give anything away. Can you tell in my face whether Polar Wildcat is correct or not? Only you can decide. All of you out there. I kind of feel like it's the best video I've ever done. Like, that's how I feel about it. But it's also... It has kind of an unfair advantage because of how important Mania is and how it connects to just about everything in Sonic so far up to that point. At least the classical series. Like, it's an event. I said early on that this video is going to be, up there in terms of how momentous it is. And momentous is a word that I used to describe the forthcoming Hydrosity video when that was in production. Going in circles. So yeah, I often feel that feeling where I'm like, this is the best video I've ever made. Like, I did kind of... That was my thought on the Metallic Madness video. I was like, this might be the best one that I've made. But that, too, had the advantage of being a... It has a huge advantage, Metallic Madness. Having come after so many Sonic CD videos, there's so much, to build on, and it's a lot more practical to put things in context with the entire game. Nice. Hydrosity video was in fact the first one that Ghost of Burb ever saw. That was an important one. And when I uploaded that Hydro City video, that honestly felt like the best video that I had made up to that point. So look, I don't know if there's a little bit of recency bias, but I don't think there is. And the reason why I would say that is because there's a finite number of, zones that I honestly feel I can make a video of that caliber, right? Like, I can pretty much tell you for a fact right now that I am not, I don't want to say that I'm not capable, but it is not really in the cards for me to make a Sonic 2 or Sonic 1 music theory video that is on par with the CD and the Three Knuckles and the forthcoming Mania. Is this a way to go? Or is this just... But yeah, I look forward to the Ghost of Burb lore about how you came across the Hydro City video. Yeah, so when I think about this Mania video, and when I think about the Sonic CD video project, like, part of the reason why those videos are so dynamite is because it's such a remarkable one-of-a-kind game. And I say that to make the point that I don't want you to think that I have figured out some magic formula where I can just keep pumping out videos of this caliber. Like, part of the reason I'm able to is because of that built-in advantage of these exceptionally good one-of-a-kind games. And so I think it's, healthy for me to mention that, just so that, the year after this year, this year is going to have Mania, and it's going to have a Sonic CD music theory video, smiles at camera. But, like, that type of video is not going to be, like, the permanent normal. That, right? If I'm to survive in the music theory space, and I've kind of alluded to this before, I definitely need to not only do some non-Sonic things, but also with a more streamlined kind of basic editing format. Not as simple and bare bones as the Stardust Speedway authorial attribution video that I did on the second channel. Not like that kind of conversational live stream format, but like, one thing, for example, is like, when you watch my music theory videos, I'm trying to think of an example of a chord box where the chord box itself is from the game. Like, it's an object from the game. And those take time to, capture the footage and grab the object, isolate it, right? So I can make the editing a lot quicker if I just use the chord boxes from the beginning of the channel, which, when I started the channel, whenever I would show a chord on screen with the chord symbol, instead of an in-game asset, it would just be a basic, square with rounded edges. It got the job done. And believe me, there's not going to be any of those in the Sonic Mania music theory video or anything. And certainly not in Sonic CD. But, like, looking ahead, I've always known that focusing so heavily on Sonic, runs that natural drawback of being pigeonholed. And I actually got a comment in the past few days. Which video was it? Maybe it was the Mario video for the castle and the Babam battlefield. Someone was like, wow, I watched this video and I was totally amazed. And so I went to your channel to find another video to watch, and I was expecting, it to be, representing a wide array of all the classic, most important video game tunes. And it doesn't have that. And that person is not wrong. That's a reality that I cannot just continue being the in-house Sonic guy for the remainder of my 30s and beyond, you know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to stop doing Sonic stuff. Even music theory, I don't think I'm ever going to reach a day where I'm saying, yep, that's the last music theory video I'll ever do about Sonic. That will never happen. I've teased, bonus videos enough, like a Sonic 3 bonus video, or some form of additional Sonic 3 music theory stuff. Like boss themes or jingles, whatever it is. So it's not, oh, what have I done? Oh, that was close. So yeah, I also really don't think that I've gotten carried away and made the editing process too complicated. And I will tell you right out, there are some things in this Mania video that, in my opinion, are absolutely stunning. And it's not because of my genius edit, it's just I'm able to take what's in the game and run with it and make something that's visually striking. And so there's plenty of that in this video, but I can, extend the pledge that I almost always do, that there wasn't a single particular scene that I got carried away, that took a really long time to edit. So yeah, if I think of like the Sonic Music Theory super well produced video series as like a quasi limited run thing, in the sense that I just wouldn't do it indefinitely for the rest of my career the way I have slightly unwisely done to date. And I say slightly unwisely, but I would not change a thing in the world. For me to be the guy who contributed that contribution to the cultural life of the music in Sonic 3 and Sonic CD, that's totally worth, right? Any negative pigeonhole effect that I now have to counteract, it's all worth it. I would not change a thing. I am so privileged and happy that I've been able to do all the Sonic 3 and CD stuff. And pretty soon Mania. So I don't regret it one bit, but it does come with that drawback where, you know, I've been kind of plateaued at 40,000 subscribers for a good while, and I have no resentment or frustration about that. Oh no, but I do have frustration about losing those rings just now. Realize he shoots, and that was right before the boss. Well, hopefully I take a hit so I feel better about having just lost my rings. So yeah, if I think about the future of videos on some non-Sonic topics that don't have nearly as much fancy editing and presentation, I'm really excited for the potential there to dip into a lot of different games a lot sooner without having a 2-month production cycle for a video. You know, I gotta say, doing that Stardust Speedway investigation video, that was a blast. I'm gonna do more videos in that format on the second channel. And as I've, you know, Micro alluded to, maybe I've only said this to patrons, but I'll now let it drop, the detail that, I do plan to eventually do a video on the main channel about Streets of Rage, and it's not going to be a regular format video. It will have a bit more of a focus on, are these original compositions or not, but I anticipate that most, if not all of them, will be yellow frying pan, not red. So that'll be a fascinating case study about, like, you know, if you're gonna reference other people's compositions so directly, here's how a person has done it multiple times, but in a way that does not cross over into red frying pan domain. Let's see, JJ's at about 104, and I have 98, so I am very much still in this. I'm devastated that I lost those rings at the end of the act, because I would certainly be ahead of JJ now if I hadn't. But I've been rocking this here cool bonus pretty well from act... No, that's not cool. I'm pissed. I spoke too soon. Nice. Keo is interested and curious about the Streets of Rage video. Yeah, that should be interesting. And Streets of Rage was a topic that kind of Rowboat 06 had always, you know, vouched for. Even expressed an intent to put together a pitch of what the video could look like or be about. Not that he ever followed through on that. And I told him, I'm certainly not making any promises. And any proposal that you do should be not because you expect it to get made and it would be a waste if it didn't, but it's just because you want to do that anyway. Jab, it is taken off. See you later, my man. Ah, look at and Knuckles. Having fun just like everyone else on the bouncy bounce. Oh, you know what? And this is totally different, unrelated, but I have to give a shout out to 2 amazing TV shows with, you know, kids kid-oriented shows that nonetheless have, like, amazing writing. Oh, you can't go this way? The first one is Even Stevens with Shia LaBeouf. Now, I was there for Even Stevens, and that was an absolute treasure at the time. Yeah, and I think I said bye to Javid, but I have streamer brain, and I can't remember if I did. So have a good night, Javid. Possibly the second time I said that. Yeah, Even Stevens with Shia LaBeouf. It was kind of lightning in a bottle, because Shia is totally amazing on that show, and totally deserved his skyrocket to fame, even in movies and everything. But the writing is also exceptionally good, like, really good. Okay, so the other show aw, damn it. The other show I was thinking about is Malcolm in the Middle. Now, there's a Malcolm in the Middle clip that I will be using in an upcoming second channel video. But hearing the news about they're doing like a 4-episode reboot. Yeah, Ghost of Burb loves that there Malcolm. So I went and looked up that clip that I will be eventually using, and I kind of had this moment. I'm like, oh yeah, the writing on this show is exceptionally good. Like, you know, Ghost of Burb knows how clever and just the comedic timing, the pacing of the comedic bits, like, really good. Almost like you take it for granted how good it was. Because all we got nowadays is King of Queens, everybody loves Raymond, and everyone hates Chris. But yeah, I think I lost track of Malcolm, like, in the last 2 seasons or so. But I did go back and kind of look up, a synopsis of how it ended. And I won't really spoil anything except to say that the finale episode is, it's like shockingly foreshadowing Breaking Bad. Because I think the dad, Hal, played by Bryan Cranston, like, starts participating in a drug economy, selling drugs to pay for Malcolm's college, if I'm like, absurdly similar to Breaking Bad. Wow, Ghost of Burb says that Ghost of Burb's sisters always compared you to... Oh, what am I doing? To Reese? Reese! Did you give him a hard time on a regular basis? Put him in their place? Remind them of what the family hierarchy is? Oh, God. Now, can Knuckles even reach this boss from the ground? I just do not want to risk it. I don't care how long it takes. Here comes the dip. Not done. I don't even want to risk the wind hit. I love that chicken enemy popping up on the screen. Alright, here's my finale. And then that sound effect. What's that sound effect from? That maybe from the final boss. These cute clouds. Another one. This is a very uncool way to beat this boss. Should I risk it? I'm too nervous. No, he's not going to come back in time. Nice. Third Bruno just finished the low rank fight. Oh, sorry. Get that in a moment. I'm too scared to get the wind hits. Come on, give me the sun. There we go. Now, it said 649 degrees, and that's got me wondering how many different temperatures are possible. By the way, just to point this to your attention without explaining it, just in case anyone doesn't know, that number on the screen where it says Egg TV, and then it has 7/22/16. That was the date of the stream that they announced Mania, and it had that beeping sound that you can kind of hear right here. And I remember one time that noise was freaking me out because I noticed it while playing, and I was like, no, don't tell me there's something wrong with my TV speakers. I will be so mad if I have to replace my TV. But it was just Christian Whitehead's prank, poking fun at the Sega company's weak sauce technical acumen. They couldn't even do a stream without a big buzzing thing for like the first 15-20 minutes, and then I had flashbacks to that where they did I think it was a particularly weak sauce Sonic Central. Maybe it was the infamous Sonic Central that Ian Flynn hyped up with his first of many #knowing smile, and then that first one just turned out to be a single shot, static shot of the prologue for Sonic Frontiers animation, and it was just Knuckles. Whoa, what are you doing, Knuckles? Alright, Ghost of Burb's heading off to bed. See you next time, Ghost of Burb. Take care. Glad you got your car situated. Oh god. Knuckles has a lower jump. Drumming on the street light. Okay, so Third Bruno had the breaking news that he just beat the low-rank final boss of Monster Hunter Wilds. It was great. Congrats, Third Bruno. What does that exactly mean? Low-rank final boss? Are there, like, different final bosses? Potentially, and you just beat the easiest one? I wonder how my score is stacking up against Jay. He's got 118, and I have 122? I'm ahead of JJ? With what, 100k points on the line? That is nuts. Hey, what's up, Prism? Prism forgot that Knuckles and Knuckles mode was a thing. You wish that the other Knuckles had a different color fur. You know, and people have talked about that kind of thing. Gotta be careful. If I spin dash, will I go all the way over the fire? Yes. People talked about that with Sonic 2, where when they made Sonic 2 and added, you know, the character of Tails... I don't want this shield. I don't have to get it right. When they made the character of Tails, you know, it was awesome because the obvious, you know, typical thing to do would just be to make a character that kind of looks like Sonic, but is a different color. But it's like, nope. We're giving a true compliment, oh god, to Sonic. Different color, different, you know, animal. It's great. You know, because Mario and Luigi is the typical example. Okay, he just looks like Mario. His stats are slightly different. Luigi. What was the business need to create Luigi? And actually, I'm trying to recall, what is the first Mario game that had Luigi? I don't think he was in Mario Bros. 1. I'm pretty sure he was playable in 2 and 3. So was he first added to 2? Oh, that's right. I'm forgetting, as Keo points out, the OG Mario Bros. That's the single-screen one where you're down in the sewers doing actual plumber-related activities. Oh, God. Simplest of badniks can pose a threat. But yes, Wonder Woman wonders if what Wonder Woman sees before her is true, and it is. I have more points than Assure the Glitch developer, JJ the Hedgehog. Pardon me. Alright, so I guess the only Mario game that Luigi was not in was, as Prism says, Donkey Kong. If we're counting that. And yeah, what Third Bruno was saying was true. Because now he gets to hunt everything at a higher difficulty. So is that kind of like Monster Hunter Wilds New Game Plus? Oh my god, that was scary. I almost got miced. And then again, I'm rolling up to the boss run now. Thank you for the blessings, everyone. I feel blessed and naturally selected. Prism wonders if I've played the Sonic Galactic demo. Oh, what have I done? Yeah, that's the one with Tunnel the Mole, right? I thought it was really good. Really well designed. Alright, Third Bruno says that the Monster Hunter Wilds thing is kind of in the general neighborhood, almost like a New Game Plus, but different. JJ has 145 points. Is he in Act 2 already, maybe? Hopefully he is, because that's a lot of points. I could come back. Oh, I'm scared. Where is the... I've never been here. This is wild to me. Now, are enemies gonna come out of that thing? These capsules? Oh my god. What the... Alright, it's just a spring. Oh, is this... Okay, so this is... It's just gonna... Oh my god. That was unnecessarily tense. Alright. If I beat this boss, I'm gonna be happy. Now, can I climb the... No, you can't climb. It'd be funny if you can get hits climbing up the wall. I wonder what's the canon in-game explanation, lore-wise, of why this wall is not climbable. Doo-doo-doo. Getting tight in here. I usually don't let it get that tight. Okay, interesting. Hi, Clash Pineapple. Clash says that area I was in below is wow, 10,000 cool bonus is actually part of the OG flying battery stage. Clash recognizes it because you've fallen into that trash pit many times. Wow, there's 2 different spiders. I love that. I have 154. JJ's got 146. I'm still ahead as far as I can tell. JJ must be in Act 2, so... Dude, there's 100,000 points on the line. This is nuts. Oh, this is scary. But it's the beginning of the level, so... Relax. Oh... Just climb up. There's not another mouse, is there? Sweet. Wow, you can see lots of those capsules in the back being kind of carted along on hooks. I never noticed that. Yes, as Clash says, the recurring trash pit is a little bit remixed in this game, but it's the same idea. Yeah, and who was it? Vector said that part of why this game was easier to develop and less costly is because a lot of it is modified sprites. So they just went to Spriter's resource, grabbed the sprites, and then modernized them. Wow, Clash is ready to declare. Oh. Ooh, I see what you did, Christian. Clash is ready to declare that of all the badniks, the computer mice are the most dangerous. Some of these chickens are deviously placed, and not in a way that I would celebrate in a video. You have only experienced 25% of Sonic Mania. The way that I did the deviously placed springs and launch base. Prism wonders if I ever got those cutscenes working for Sonic after the sequel, before the sequel. No, because they have Flash. Is there a Digital Foundry approved solution for that? Because they really know their stuff. They can chronicle frame rate amounts. Is this a mandatory shield? Why would you do this, C-dubs? I gotta lose the shield, sadly. A mandatory 1,000 points. Sad state of affairs. Clash wonders if I've ever gotten into the treasure room with the 4 monitors. No, I'm pretty sure I know the one you're talking about. But there's another room with like little arcade machines. Yeah, so that room must be... Alright, this is the hard part for me. Son of a... How many rings? JJ has 200 rings, and he just beat the boss. I am... Oh, maybe that's his comeback. Whoa, you can skip that dangerous part? And I've been losing my rings how many wagers over the years? JJ might be pulling ahead. You just beat the boss with 200 rings. Look, he has an emote that says it all, boasting of the lead that he has. Nice. Prism has a fix for Sonic after before the sequel on his YouTube channel. Do 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 do. Yoshi certifies the ouch. I was winning for a little bit there. But what good is that? Oh, okay, so Clash was actually talking about a different room. Yeah, the one that I'm thinking of, it's a little hard to explain, but it's like... Yeah, it's like they almost look like arcade machines. And there's like 4, maybe 5 of them. And I think each arcade machine... Oh god. Damn it, dude. Each arcade machine has a monitor next to it. And I tend to always see it... Damn it. I'm flying up, you know, fast on a ramp. And then it's like, if I somehow had a way to slow down, then I would be able to stop there, but usually your speed just sends you up, and there's no way back down. I don't know if I'm gonna come up against it. It'll be a blink and you miss it type of deal. So, don't go anywhere, anyone that's interested in seeing the arcade cabinet vault. Okay, Clash says, yeah, that's probably the room you're thinking of. Looks like tables and chairs to you. There it was. No arcade tables from me. And Knuckles taking my damn scooter. How dare you? With monitors hidden in the ceilings, yeah, I'm not so sure about that. But one day, I'm gonna get to that holy grail of a room. I always liked this boss. I don't understand the community displeasure about it. gotta babysit him to prevent him from doing his electric attacks. You can get 2 hits on that if you play your cards good. Christian Whitehead, he does have good bosses in him. I don't know why these bosses are so inconsistent. This is such a good boss. I don't care what anybody says. So yeah, I'm going to try not to get carried away with second channel videos in the next week. So like the one that I recorded on Monday about sus 4 chords, that one is going to be shelved for a bit. I do want to, I'm very amped to do this synesthesia video, and I could maybe edit the whole thing tonight because there's no visual components, it's only audio. But yeah, this synesthesia discussion today is going to be cathartic for me. Alright, I have 169. JJ has 184, so that's like a 15k lead. So I would say all is not lost, but this wager is now JJ's to lose. Oh god, what have I done? And I think I just used that expression correctly to say this is JJ's to lose, which means like kind of by default, if things keep going the way they're going, this would be JJ's to take. So he would have to lose his bit. Oh god. Those classical cut badniks, I guess. According to Cybershell, I believe him. Prism wonders, what if I did a video ranking my favorite Sonic fan games? That's an interesting idea, and I always encourage, second channel ideas. I guess the reason why I maybe wouldn't do that, maybe I would, but the thing that makes it not the strongest type of video idea is that the hook of the video is like Alex Yard, where it's like, you look at any video on my second channel, and, for the most part, a lot of them have, like, 2 key terms in the title that's very friendly for search engines. Like the newest video that I put out, the name of that video mentions RGT85, the content creator, and it also specifically mentions Metal Gear. So those are two hot keywords that encourage discoverability. So to make a list of my 10 favorite fan games, I don't know. If I had infinite time and resources, I'd love to do something like that. And look, when I hit it big and I can outsource all editing, maybe that could happen. But, for now, YouTube is an interesting game where, if I were to just make it the Alex Yard show, well, I would only have... That's hard to sell. Why should the average person care what Alex Yard thinks? But, to give an eyebrow-raising, thesis, like the one today is going to be, synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. Adam Neely debunked. Right, so that calls out, are these blocks going to go back in? I don't want to jump. Oh, yeah, wow, they take a long time. So that mentions the hot button topic of synesthesia. Oh my god. And it also is a shot fired, in not anything toxic, but calling out Adam Neely, who certainly has his critics, but he has just as many and perhaps much more Oh, I don't want to hit the saw. How do I deal with this guy? How can I safely... This is a cool mechanic. I give CW credit. Is this based on anything in a Sonic game? I know that Sonic Advance 2 kind of has a late game boss that sort of uses a sort of trampoline mechanic like this. But yeah, Clash was wondering who bet 100 grand on JJ the Hedgehog. Oh god. Yeah, Prism's suggestion was to rank them based on how well they play for score and speed running. What would I put in there? Certainly Sonic Robo Blast 2, and then also SRB2 Kart. Yes, and Clash Pineapple was recommending what it took me like 2 minutes to figure out, that you don't have to time your jump, you just hold the button. Alright, hey, 175 rings. I don't know how JJ probably did perfectly fine. You... Stick a fork in Alex's yard, and Knuckles screwed me over. You know, I say that, but that's part of Knuckles and Knuckles gameplay. Just like it is when you play as Sonic and Tails. I got too rambunctious being like, well, I gotta get at least my 2 hits in. I don't want to miss the bus. Stick a fork in me. Yeah, JJ's pulling ahead. What can you do? Prism's pitch for a video title? Sonic Chrono Adventures, the best game ever made, and you've only played 0.01% of it. And if you don't like it, your opinion is wrong. I can imagine Piers Morgan reading off that video title on his nightly debrief. Now, I personally, right, I know how much, or I should say, I know, because I am making the Sonic Mania video, I know the manner in which Press Garden factors into the video. And at some point you're going to find out too. Haha. Non-substantive teaser. I'm sorry. But get hyped. This Sonic Mania video is one of the proudest things that I'm the proudest of everything I've ever made. If you felt that the Metallic Madness video was like a Christmas morning level amount of hype, you should bring that same hype to this video. It's going to be something special. Clash Pineapple these days is not sure how to feel about Press Garden. The acts share no mechanics. They might as well be separate zones entirely. I think that's fair, and yeah, the only connection is just a visual thematic thing. It's not even really gameplay. The connection is just that in Act 1, you see the newspapers getting printed and everything, and then in Act 2, you see the trees entering the buzzsaw to become paper for Eggman's evil media empire. I think this is a great, oh god, act. As I lose my rings to Brazil's treasure, Woody Woodpecker. Ah, look at Ann Knuckles in the ice. Yeah, JJ says the connection is paper. Right, so it's the paper connection. And at the very least, that absolutely is a very Robotnik thing to do, you know. Killing trees to harvest paper. Like, that's super relevant to Robotnik's actions that continually spite the environment. But yeah, gameplay-wise, that there isn't really any connection that I can see. Ooh, and Knuckles can get a second hit. Especially if I... missed the bus. Wow, and Knuckles hit him? Now, I also wonder, wow, JJ wonders if it's snow or ash. Yikes. That would be quite the ring around the rosy twist. Did any of you here have that, like, children's song micro mini game you play in the schoolyard? Ring around the rosy, pocket full of is that part of anyone's childhood? Because that... In a crazy Thanksgiving myth level twist, was about nuclear annihilation. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Hey, wait, that's really bad. JJ confirms the ring around the rosy bit was part of his childhood lore. Yeah, we all sang that at daycare and such. Wow, Clash says that there's an area like that in Hollow Knight as well. That at first it seems like snow, and then your world is turned upside down. Alright, and then, so Clash makes a good point that because there's ice mechanics, that would check out. That it's, you know, snow and cold. It's not to say you can't have an ash annihilation rain in a cold area, however. Occam's Razor would like a word. Occam's Razor stands with Clash Pineapple, as do I. I'm gonna say that, yeah, a Sega-published game is gonna have snow rather than ash. And if it was ash, there would need to be some kind of explanation for it. Like, is that ash falling from the aftermath? What the hell just hit me? I don't know why I took damage. Wow, JJ says Secret Rings has an ash level. And do they specify the cause of, like, whatever explosion or fire-based disaster where ash is raining? I don't know a lot about nuclear bomb mechanics and how a nuclear bomb... Well, actually, I guess because it just totally blows up things and everything in the area is just thrust up into the air. And then what goes up must come down. Down comes the ash. Hey, look, it's the nostalgic sky in the background from the Stardust Speedway video. I opened the Stardust Speedway video yesterday just to watch it, and I love that video so much. And I'm so happy everyone loved it. You know, the start of it with all the Sonic 1 zones and the background panorama of Starlight Zone, it means a lot to me. And so I'm glad it resonated with many of you. And it gets going with the Teddy Riley part at the church pretty early on. That's a highlight of my career. Okay, JJ says that the ash in Secret Rings is the aftermath of a factory burning down. And then Third Bruno thought it was because Skeleton Dome was death themed. Bone dust. Damn, son. Sonic's got subversive, heavy plot points. Now, Prism wonders where I think Press Garden is. Because Prism thinks that Press Garden, personally, thinks that it's somewhere on West Island. Since we got sand showers and Dust Hill in the form of Millar's Saloon on West Island. Yeah, I guess I never thought about that. I don't know if... Yeah, have they never specified where the new zones are? Because, well, the funny thing is, Metallic Madness leads right into Titanic Monarch. You get to the end of Metallic Madness, and the transition is just like, oh, there's the TM right there. I guess that's not super of a stretch because, well, actually, how do you get to Metallic Madness? Do you warp to Metallic Madness? Like, canonically, when you play the Sonic CD levels in this game, have we been transported to the actual little planet? Alright. JJ perhaps read somewhere that Press Garden is like the reimagined Wood Zone. What's that? The cut? Yeah, Beta Sonic 2 level. Yeah, Vector says, Metallic Madness leading onto Titanic Monarch implies that the latter was built on the little planet. And then, yeah, I was about to say, as Vector points out, at the end of Lava Reef, you can see the little planet in the background. Okay, so that is the little planet. And even that makes sense because Little Planet can move. We know this to be true. So Little Planet could feasibly go to the site of the actual lava reef. And so that would mean that Little Planet moves to Angel Island itself. That's kind of amazing. And then the Titanic Monarch is a big robot, so it could go anywhere it wants. I'm not even at 200k points. Hot dog. JJ's gonna take this thing. So yeah, as far as where Press Garden is, Press Garden is after, what, Flying Battery? And the Flying Battery is another, flexible zone location, because that can fly whenever. Vector says it's possible everything that happens in Mania is BS because the Phantom Ruby. But that's the thing. I would think, if anything, that the Phantom Ruby actually makes it more realistic, because the Phantom Ruby warping ability explains how you're able to get to all these disjointed existing locations. Like, that explains how could we go from Angel Island to Little Planet. And that makes me want to see where all the warps happen. I know that there's a warp at the very beginning of the game, the prologue. And then you also warp to get to Chemical Plant, right? And then what's after Chemical Plant? So, how about this? After Chemical Plant, you go directly to Studiopolis. So what this means is that Studiopolis was always right there next to Chemical Plant, on the island where Sonic 2 happens. Okay, now JJ points out that the Phantom Ruby is established to cause hallucinations, and how very fitting, since hallucinations are going to be at the center of today's discussion segment. Hey, it's the nostalgic rocket that I will have unforgettable classic fond memories of. Playing this on my Switch. In 2017, 18, it meant a lot to me. Riding up those rockets. I know it's not interactive, it's not an in-depth mechanic, but my god, is that a Sonic micro gimmick done right? It's just so great. Vector says Phantom Ruby has the power not only to warp locations, but to alter reality entirely, which is how the hard-boiled heavies came to be. So the hard-boiled heavies themselves were the product of warped reality. Yeah, and Clash's headcanon is that Sonic got to Little Planet by climbing up those chains. Hey, it worked for him in Sonic CD, why not? Trying to follow the thread of Eblo and JJ corresponding about Phantom Ruby sciences, Little Planet sciences. It's an important domain of social sciences. Oh, what the... Prism says Mirage Saloon is the desert surrounding Oil Ocean. So there's another new Mania zone that there's basis to say that it is located on Sonic 2's island. Yeah, so Prism says, where the heck is Press Garden? Well, let's think about it. You get to Press Garden by leaving the Flying Battery, so on that basis it could be anywhere. But then, after Press Garden... Is it this level? It's gotta be, right? I can't even remember the level transition. Is it a warp? Do you warp to get to Stardust Speedway? Because if so, then all bets are off. And I guess that would mean that the Flying Battery flew to Studiopolis? Is Flying Battery up to Studiopolis? Or is it... Yeah, it's gotta be. Will he always spin dash if you stand in a certain spot? Eblo is still upset that the original Metal Fight is just lost to the ages. Well, as a microscopic consolation, at the very least, when I did the video, Does Toby Fox Misunderstand Composition Rights? That Sonic Mania Undertale mod that I used had the original fight, with the advancing Wall of Doom and everything. I'm a dead echidna. Vector explains the Phantom Ruby gives realistic hallucinations in forces, though. Oh, as a courtesy, they drop you at this phase. I appreciate that courtesy. Wonder if you had to redo everything in Vanilla Mania, if you died on this part. Now that's annoying. I'm noticing that if you roll into that hitbox, you don't bounce off of it. Do you have to have speed? Yeah, you don't bounce off of it. That's very inconvenient. Because that just leaves you kind of vulnerable. You could just jump and fly. Thank you, Knuckles. Wow, and Vector was pointing out that in earlier drafts of Forces, it was a different jewel entirely. Clash has a theory about Stardust to Hydro City, available for your perusal. Yeah, Clash says you got to spin dash to the belly. Yeah, and it's so much easier with Sonic because you can drop dash. All right, cool. Well, let's jump right into JJ's request, and then we'll open up the Synthesis Symposium, people. But not before we pay out the wager. Congrats, JJ. For it could have gone either way, but you took it. Hey there, Silver Sobe. Silver Sobe's in the house saying, Metal Sonic and Knuckles have some history. What, in Triple Trouble 16? Alright, so Javid had bet 5k on my victory, and Keo bet 100k. So pretty much you're going to get Javid's 5k and Wonder Woman's grand, and then some other trickle-in points. But wow, the next biggest bet under Keo was Yoshi with just 500. Enjoy your winnings, Keo. Because JJ won by a lot. Which is why I clicked JJ. Lorestream wonders who won, and that was, of course, JJ himself. Yoshi's rocking out. Alright, let's hop over to the zone. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Clash points out, Keo risked it all. Sounds like a movie trailer. Grab JJ's request here. Ooh, some of you are going to enjoy this. Wonder Woman laments the loss, alas. It's like I always say, it's not that I failed at the wager, it's that you failed at predicting it. But don't worry, you're going to pull through, Wonder Woman. I sense a victory in your near future. You just have to predict better. Vector wonders what Studiopolis would be based on. Eblo says GG City. Pardon my pardon. Y'all ready for this? Do 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 do. This. I think even I know this. And by the way, shout out up above to the new mascot selected by Weirdco, the alligator from Sonic Heroes. Vector says Metroid 2 main theme. Eblo knows what this is, but also what the heck is it? Is it on the tip of your tongue? Okay, so Evlo says it's the everywhere theme of Metroid 2. Authorities rule out possible explanation in Gene Hackman's death. I'm really annoyed by that. I want to know what happened. I'm so annoyed that on day one they said, we don't suspect foul play. Why did you say that? I'm pissed. EB's in the house. Hello, EB. Alright, let me get some gameplay. Eblo says that's exactly what you would have said if you were the one responsible for the foul play. A likely story. Ba-bo-ba-boo. This song is very Mixolydian, which I noticed immediately when I tried out this game. But, alright, I almost got the gameplay. There it is. And I'll resize this in a moment. Oh, I'm trapped between Phantom Ruby dimensions. Alright, that's much better. Hold on, this is in black and white. I thought Game Boy games were in black, white, and green. JJ wonders, wasn't Jean's wife found in a reportedly mummified state? Yes, the word is that her, like, the ends of her arms and legs were. And I guess all that really means is that, you know, she had passed away several days before. Like, it didn't happen that day. And then they look at Jean's pacemaker, and that also seems to point. Eblo says, no foul play. Just two people and a dog, all dead of different causes at the same time. Tell the news there's no foul play. That's our initial hunch, said the investigators. JJ says that this right here is the overworld theme. It's the song that rewards you for navigating scary caves. And then Clash Pineapple, sorry, wondering what we're talking about. Maybe you haven't seen the headlines of longtime cherished actor Gene Hackman was found dead, and yeah, Eblo has the more details. JJ says, no foul play, said the investigators. So they say that they said there was no foul play until they didn't. Like, actually, you know, and for various different types of pills to be spilled out all over the ground by the wife, that just seems kind of random and weird. That it almost seems staged. Now, I'm just amazed that they could be there dead for 9 days and like no one. You would think they have friends or family that would notice their radio silence, unless they were just super reclusive and they had no plans to touch base with anybody in that week, that no one went to check on them. Silver Sobe says maybe the wife did it. And that's absolutely a possibility people are considering, but if Jean's pacemaker tells that story, I don't know if the pacemaker records like heart rate data that would indicate that he definitely passed away from a heart condition. EB says, what roles did Gene Hackman have? And I cannot tell a lie, I cannot name even one, although I absolutely knew that he was a super famous actor in his day. I admit I can't even think of one. Yeah, JJ says, before JJ met Wonder Woman, JJ could have died and nobody would have noticed for ages. Now, Wonder Woman says he played Superman at one point? After Christopher? And also, Metroid 2, am I right, guys? So was it a Superman before Christopher Reeves? Ah, okay, he was Lex Luthor. As Jack Griffith is on top of that. Lex Luthor indeed. Yeah, Evlo says, man, acting in Superman must paint a target on your back. And thankfully Henry Cavill is still in the game, but his career has been nothing but suffering. And just kind of frustration. You never have Henry Cavill just... He never has just a good afternoon. There's always, every movie he puts out, there's some kind of backlash. Jack Griffith also points out that Gene Hackman was good in Unforgiven. Let's see if there's any Gene Hackman movie that I've actually seen. And then Silver Sobe says he killed DiCaprio in the Cowboy movie. I wonder which movie that was. Alright, so I have seen the Royal Tenenbaums, but that's, you know, just kind of a late career indie movie. I say indie, I mean, it's got a star-studded cast, but that's Wes Borland, right? Wes Borland. Hey, it's Jack White. My man. Alright, Silver Sobe said that movie was The Quick and the Dead. Yeah, I honestly had not heard of that, I admit. And he also was in a movie called The Poseidon Adventure. Yeah, but I guess the only one I've actually seen is the Royal Tenenbaums. I still never saw Hoosiers. I don't even know anything about it. Clash Pineapple has the matchup of the hour, Jack Black versus Jack White. And I forget which award ceremony it was, but Jack Black was hosting, and he did a bit on, because Jack White was there, and he's like, yeah, you know, man, with our names, Jack Black, Jack White, we should do a project. Now, actually, separate to that, the White Stripes were actually going to kind of do a stunt where they sought out to be the first band, they claim, to do a live concert on an airplane, an aircraft. It was this wacky stunt that they were planning, and it actually was going to have Jack Black as the host, kind of with that name bit, Jack Black, Jack White, but then it got too complicated with insurance and everything. They had to back out of that idea. Okay, and Wonder Woman had pointed out that Mr. Hackman was an Enemy of the State with Will Smith, and I did see that movie way back in the day. JJ wonders when I'm going to play a version of Metroid 2. I would be open to that, because I did start playing it on Switch Online. It just didn't hold my attention, and I couldn't figure out where to go, and I was just not in the mood to look up a guide. So I was just like, you had your chance, M2. Clash wonders if I've seen the Minecraft movie Steve toy. No, is that a toy based on Jack Black's take on the character? It's so funny that trailer reveal with Jack Black was pretty much just like, it's me, Jack Black. He might as well have said that. What does this remind me of? It's certainly Mixolydian. F major. JJ says Metroid 2 does not need a guide. You think the level design and areas are all memorable enough to play without, as JJ did. And that's why I was so surprised and baffled as to why I couldn't figure out where to go. I'll try it some more. Not to worry. I just don't know, whether I can justify it as a business need. What I mean is, I don't know. If look, I can stream it once, and if there's enough people here and people are into it, then yeah. Alright, yeah, EB says the beginning is the most open. So you can't blame me for not figuring out where to go. Eblo can say that much for Samus Returns or AM2R. But the OG Metroid 2 is a little hard to parse with the black and white repeating tiles. Alright, Wonder Woman, see you next time. Have a good one. Yeah, JJ says, Metroid isn't profitable, so it's only downtown. You guys know that I love Metroid. But even the Super Metroid speedruns we did were underattended, which is totally fine. I'm not giving anyone a hard time. JJ says, they are in fact not repeating tiles. There's a lot of unique tiles in the game. Look at all the variation in every room. EB points out GBA. How can you play it on GBA? Is that a zero mission unlockable? JJ says, the tiles are how you remember the area. To orient you like the colors in Metroid 1. Ah, the yellow area. Wonderful. Gene Hackman News. I want to know what they ruled out. Alright, you ready for another Whopper? I didn't even see this. And I'm just so mad about that. I say I'm mad. I'm not truly mad. But I am frustrated that such misinformation could be relayed to the media. I'm seeing right now that the dog they said that it was dead is not actually dead. I'm so annoyed by that. There is absolutely no reason or excuse how they could have gotten that wrong. So I guess no dogs died? Something put burgers on Vector Sater's mind. Vector likes AM2R, but it wore him out. Fighting Metroids is tough. Jack thinks one of their dogs died, but the other two survived. And that's exactly what I was under the impression of. But I'm seeing, 6 hours ago, 11 hours ago, dog misidentified. Alright, so maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe this is wrong, it turns out. Maybe one dog died. They thought it was this one, but it was the other one. So whatever it is, sorry for the confusion. Maybe it was that one dog passed away. And I'll stop talking about Gene Hackman anyway. It's just the wrong dog was mentioned. Yeah, EB had said If you're emulating, just emulate on GBA or ROM with the Super Game Boy Color palettes. JJ figures that this speedrunner, oh look at that hidden passage, must have the spring ball that JJ skipped. Da-da-da-da-do. JJ says you need a new news site. They don't sound credible. I mean, it was Yahoo. They're not exactly the New York Times, but they are Yahoo. And yeah, I think I just misunderstood the headline. EB figures that, what is it, doing that emulate is no different than playing a PS4 game on a native PS5 with visual enhancements. Eblo's thought is that it is in fact very different because it adds new info to be communicated in the display. And upres is not comparable. Why? Do the colors give more of a hint of where you are? Like the colors that different areas are colored? EB says it's not any info that isn't already there. It's not, for example, a custom palette like Gen 1 Pokemon. So yeah, we're gonna get going with the synesthesia conversation soon, and I'm very, highly I think it's gonna be a very meaningful explanation with some long overdue verdicts from yours truly. Edlo is having trouble understanding how a Game Boy game already had color. EB says it's no different from playing green versus black and white. On a regular Game Boy. Is it, like, if you put a normal Game Boy game into a Game Boy Color, will it randomly pick colors, kind of retroactively? EB says the code is in the game. Like, the capacity is there. It's just the system didn't have the ability to do so. So there was color information programmed into the game? Like, does that mean that when they designed this game at their workstations, they did it in color, knowing how it would look when converted to grayscale, if that's the right word? So what's Eblo's objection? That it's like, did you say cheating before? Is it like an unfair advantage? Okay, EB says some games have more in depth, like DK95 had info for the Super Game Boy to use. Oh, so did the Super Game Boy, which I'm assuming that's the thing to play it on the big screen through your SNES, did that similarly provide color info for any game? Any vanilla Game Boy game? Alright. Keep working this out. This is interesting. I'm gonna heat up this coffee, and then we're gonna splash some color, baby. JJ reports the Game Boy could only do 4 shades of one color by default. Sam knows of a ROM hack to make this game in color. Hey kid, want to make these classic Game Boy games colorified? They're gonna have a color splash. Are these wall jumps we're looking at? Or just well-made jumps on edges? And yeah, I'm gonna start setting up for Color Splash. But have at it in the chat, theoreticians. Yeah, EB is impressed by these edge jumps. Eblo says this is just making you want to replay Dread, in all honesty. Without any hardware advantages. JJ wants to replay Dread. I want to replay Dread. It's a great game. Alright, JJ seems ready for a super rematch, Super Metroid. Let's do it. EB would even get in on it. Alright, JJ citing the faulty R button as the reason he died. I see James Marsden getting work in another movie that's currently available on Disney+. Now, Ebla wonders if Alec Baldwin got jailed. Is there breaking news about that? Because the last that I heard, I thought he was going to get away with it. But that wasn't in the past week or so. That was just from existing reporting. Yeah, I can't remember how he got it, on what basis did he get away from it, but EB wonders if it's nuts. So I'm trying to remember what I like. Without deep diving into that, Alec Baldwin was like an executive producer and was therefore partly responsible for ensuring that, they hired someone for safety But then there's also, he had some grievances with Helena Hutchins, the woman who was shot. Like, he was mad at her already and was showing aggression, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, now JJ points out, I did see that earlier today, that Sega was the top publisher of 2024. Oh, that's according to Metacritic? Okay, so they looked at the Metacritic scores, and like, I wonder if that means that all Sega published games averaged the highest rating, to say nothing of volume. Alright, so let me switch the gameplay now. Yeah, Shadowlap says he better well face the music. I mean, it was truly obnoxious for him to early on come out and say, like, I was talking to Stephanopoulos or whatever, and he said, oh yeah, no, I didn't pull the trigger, it just fired on its own. And the interviewer goes, wait, you didn't pull the trigger? He goes, oh god, no. That seems like 100% BS. You know, and maybe he just caught up in the moment in the shock that he doesn't remember pulling it, but yeah, EB says, to be fair, who else is putting it out that much besides Nintendo? And that's what I'm thinking. If Sega published half as many games as Nintendo, you know, maybe they have a higher rating per game, but a lower volume. I don't know. You know, it's a continuum. If you have a publisher that put out 2 games and they're both amazing, now we're going to call them the best publisher. Like, I wonder what algorithm determines that crown. Shadow Ops doesn't care, saying Mr. Baldwin shouldn't get special treatment just because he's a celebrity. Yeah, I'm curious now how he was able to get away. Alright. So I got this window of gameplay. Footage by Pack Attack. EB says everything was 80% or above. That's a respectable record. Alright, I'm gonna move me. And then bring this to the foreground. Alright, watermark's not blocking it. Oh, that's the wrong window. So I'll change windows. Sorry, team. Mental hiccup. So I gotta make sure I close Metroid so that it's not making my computer work harder. Alright, so let's close Metroid. And I'll turn off the music. Thanks for the request, JJ. Great pick. An important game. we'll start here. I think that'll go into a battle. Although, yeah, that's where I want it. So I'm gonna let me just play a clip here, so that this is your, trigger warning. I say that fully joking, but you're about to hear Adam Neely's voice, everyone. Beware the smog of his smug. And then I also got to pull up the podcast, and we'll be good to go.
Language. And after the video came out,
Ooh,
knowledge and
wait.
wide-ranging expertise. And you can always
turn
look
that
to
up.
somebody like Leonardo da Vinci, who was a brilliant painter and sculptor, but also
All right, we're almost there. All right, make sure you guys can hear this audio. Yeah, it was too soft last time. I'll fix that this time.
Hey, you're listening to Ghost Notes, the podcast where we look at music from the
That's
inside.
solid
And
volume.
I just hear red, white, and black. I mean,
All right, I think we're actually ready to start, you guys. So I will initiate. Oh, make sure you can see the footage attribution. All right, nothing's covering the footage, so we're good to go. So I'll hit play on this. Make sure we got. All right, 720. That's fine. I'll leave it at 720. I'll close this. All right, I think we can start. So yeah, welcome everybody if you're just joining us or lingering. So yeah, if you're going to take off, anybody, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and I'll see you next time. But let's dive right into it. And I'll just do a quick mic check, 1, 2, da-da-dee, da-da-do. So we got no background audio, no voice crackles. We're ready to go. Here we go. All right, peeps. The first thing that you're going to hear me say in the video that gets posted to my second channel is synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. So today we're going to put this in context with Adam Neely's contradictory statements on the topic in service of critical thinking. The goal today is to lead aspiring composers toward writing music whose narrative will be perceived and enjoyed by listeners. Since Adam's current advisement on the topic is counterproductive. So in part 1 of this video, we are going to start by reviewing Adam's acknowledgments of the limits of synesthesia. Where he will, on the surface, say some things that would otherwise make it clear that, yeah, don't read into too much to this. Don't read into this too much, guys. However, then in part 2 of this video, we will look at Adam's doublethink, where he is maintaining two contradictory beliefs simultaneously for the reason that he has been and we will demonstrate how Adam has how can I say this? Where we will look at Adam's cumulative story as being one of seduction by qualia. where Adam is allowing his feelings and subjective qualia sensory experiences to distort his perception of the reality that we all mutually share. You know, truth in its most basic definition. And finally, in part 3 of this video, I will be delivering Adam Neely his sentencing, which will specify what Adam needs to do in order to snap back to reality and stop abusing the word is, at which point he will have atoned for this situation. In that grand finale, we will also expose Adam's defensive bully tactics, which are unwelcome. Okay, so let's just jump right into it. Part 1 of this video, we will explore the ways that Adam acknowledges that he doesn't have some superhuman expert ability. That's like a sixth sense where he's decoding additional truth about the universe that is imperceptible to the rest of us. Okay, so before we look at the first example of Adam's acknowledgments on this, I'm going to establish an understanding of synesthesia as a sensory experience's false perception of things that aren't actually there. Which is to say, to use the classic example, someone sees the letter A, and instead of just perceiving the shape A, that also carries with it an association of identity of a color, such as red or whatever. Okay, now Adam has gone on record to say that the associations that manifest in synesthesia are not logical. That's a direct quote. He has also said that they are not useful. He has even described them as a fun pairing of senses, right? And so on the surface, if we could take that at face value, it would just mean that Adam Neely understands and acknowledges that this is just kind of a fun curiosity. It's certainly, for all we know, pleasant, fascinating. Adam will further acknowledge, he will say, the quale, right, the qualia, the subjective sensory experience, independent of the actual entities in reality. Adam will say that the quale is personal to him. And so that's a perfectly fine starting point. If these were the only things Adam had ever said on synesthesia, there would be no issue. You will see how he will all but directly contradict himself in part 2 of this video. But to now give some more concrete examples of Adam acknowledging the limits of synesthesia, you think about the fact that Adam Neely, the person specifically's situation with sensory crossover, is not technically that he associates notes or chords with certain colors. It's actually just that letters of the alphabet have manifest in Adam Neely's mind an association with colors. So he looks at the letter A and he experiences it as A is red. So this brings up an interesting case study to help you establish whether Adam is even talking about music at all when he talks about this domain, is that Adam will admit that Adam can tell you that he cannot just detect the color of the audio itself. And that's because Adam does not have perfect pitch. So he can't automatically tell what a note is just by hearing it. And so if he doesn't know that this note that you're playing is A, he's not going to experience it as red. He needs to be told up front, either by a piano or by a person telling him or the sheet music on the page, that the note is in fact A. So that should tell you right off the bat that everything Adam Neely experiences with synesthesia has nothing to do with music. Adam's condition is tailored specifically to letters, which letters themselves are an artificial construct made by people. So in that sense, even just associating colors with letters are a totally man-made construct. And so the perception of the world around him sort of blends into these man-made fanfics. JJ has the breaking news report. This is Adam Neely looking at a red danger sign. A, get it? So Adam Neely's situation associating colors with letters is essentially an involuntary classical conditioning that took root at some point earlier in his life, and it always stayed that way. Red is always A. And so to draw the connection to classical conditioning, many of you may know the classic Little Albert controversial experiment, where they used the case study of a baby who they classically conditioned to react negatively to just a tiny little mouse. They would show the baby a mouse and simultaneously bang a bunch of pots and pans together to make a bunch of scary noises. And so this baby, Little Albert, eventually came to directly associate that a mouse is scary and it makes him upset and emotional and, I hate it, he wants to get away. He starts crying. And that association is so ingrained and deep that he will even experience it if he is just presented with a mouse and no scary noises. Now he associates the mouse with that stress and fear, And so he will always connect the two together from that point on. So you could condition someone to be afraid of a mouse or a banana or a top hat. But that association is totally artificial. That fear response is not a natural byproduct of the thing itself. It's something that you have artificially attached to it. And so Adam experiences his pairing of senses with the letter A and the color red. And he is now bringing that highly arbitrary personal association to music. But for Adam to bring the baggage of an entirely different discipline, like letters and the written word, he is losing sight of the fact that the letters of notes on the keyboard are totally arbitrary. We call them A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but it's not like A is the lowest or first note. That's just something that the Council of White Theoreticians one day decided, all right, let's make this note A, and we'll describe all the other notes in alphabetical order, and then it cycles back past G back to A. But they could have just as easily picked another note as the starting point to be A. So regarding the identity of the note to be in any way associated with A as a starting point is misguided, doubly troubling when you now import the baggage of a hallucinatory sensory experience of red where there is no red. So, an important tenet of any critical thinking repertoire is being able to filter out irrelevant information and not get tripped up on superficial parallels between totally unrelated domains. So we're actually going to look at a quick case study that pretty much sheds light on Adam Neely's whole situation with this. With a case study of Bobby Bacala getting tripped up and fretting upon unimportant, arbitrary details of language and mistaking that for meaning that is actually truly reflected in reality in the real world. So let me pull up this clip. It's going to be small, but you'll be able to see it. Actually, it's going to be really small. So actually, why don't I just, I'll pause this and then rewind it, and then I can cut it back together. So what I will instead do, okay, so I'm going to play you a case study. It's just a clip from The Sopranos. Of course it is. But you're going to see Bobby get tripped up and focusing on language, losing sight of what's actually happening in the real world, okay? So if I just change windows here, that should bring it up. Okay, so the name of this is Bobby Ponders About Quasimodo. Here we go.
How's our steak? Okay.
Hon,
Yeah?
got a steak stand over here? Rare?
Coming up.
No, because it's a lot of added responsibility.
I think it should have happened sooner.
How's your family doing, since the tragedy with your dad?
Rough on my mother.
Yeah, well. How old is she now?
She's 69. Mom really went downhill after the World Trade Center. Quasimodo predicted all this.
Who did what?
All these problems, the Middle East, the end of the world.
Nostradamus. Quasimodo's the hunchback of Notre Dame.
All right. Notre Dame.
Nostradamus and Notre Dame. It's two different things completely.
It's interesting, though, to be so similar, isn't it? Then I always thought, okay, hunchback of Notre Dame. You also got your quarterback and your halfback of Notre Dame.
One's a fucking cathedral.
Obviously, I know. I'm just saying. It's interesting, the coincidence. What? You gonna tell me you never pondered that? The back thing with Notre Dame?
No.
Look,
The poor guy tied to the stairs. All right. So let me switch back windows here. And then that should resume on cue. I'll rewind it just to be safe. Okay, so in that example, Bobby Bacala is noticing a direct parallel between the similar sounding words, right? The syllables. Nostradamus, Notre Dame, which is why he got tripped up saying Quasimodo. Now, those two things are totally unrelated. They have no connection to each other. The only connection they have is an arbitrary man-made signifier, right? A word is just a signifier. It points you to the thing itself that you're talking about. But the word itself is not the hub where identity is encased. And if you need any proof, just look at that. The two names sound the same. Nostradamus, Notre Dame. Are they at all similar whatsoever? Of course not. They just happen to have similar building blocks in the noise that we make in order to reference said idea. But it has nothing to do with the idea or the object being described. So Adam is taking his color associations with letters and saying like, oh, well, we use letters to name the notes, so everything I think about letters is now superimposed onto the music itself. Any note that has that A association is going to feel read to him, but that's totally artificial. That is only existing on paper, in the realm of man-made ideas. It's not actually describing the music itself. And Adam will try to justify this with his entire MO of his whole career, which is redefining music to expand the definition of what music is in ways that will support his theses. Skip this ad. Now, in talking about synesthesia, Adam will also mention some practical benefits that it has given him, such as a memorization mnemonic, because Adam associates Because Adam associates colors with notes on the fretboard, it's easier for him to visualize the fretboard and what he wants to do because he can sort of imagine the colors spelled out on the fretboard. Now, while that may help you in the moment to jam or do a live performance, that is at absolute most, a means to an end, a practical trick of the trade behind the scenes, but having no bearing on the music itself that will be experienced by others. Right, like when I went back to school for medical coding, I had to use mnemonic devices like this in order to memorize medical terminology like bradycardia, that thing where your heart beats too slow. And so I thought, how can I memorize this word out of thousands of words I need to memorize the definition of? Well, I honed in on the fragment Brady, and I was like, oh, like Tom Brady. And then I pictured Tom Brady running on the football field in slow motion. And so from that point on, I can easily remember what bradycardia is because I see the prefix brat, because I see the word fragment Brady, and I think, oh yeah, Brady running in slow motion, slow heartbeat, perfect. But Tom Brady has absolutely zero to do with the condition of bradycardia. That's just an artificial incidental parallel that I have identified in order to help with a memory association. But Adam takes it a step further where he will make these connections and then have that play an integral role in how he perceives music, and perhaps even more concerningly, what he thinks is going to be heard by the listening audience. Now, if I were to ask Adam Neely, is synesthesia a hallucination? Point. Full stop. I'm actually not sure how he would answer that, and we'll get to that, putting the ball in his court in the final portion of this video. But Adam, at the very least, will acknowledge that people that take LSD and trip and hallucinate sometimes experience these things that are otherwise associated with synesthesia, and they may even retain these sensory associations for the rest of their life after the trip on LSD. So Adam doesn't come out and say by extension that synesthesia itself is just a flat-out hallucination, but isn't it interesting that Adam Neely has not really looked into this much? In his conversations about this topic, he cites any number of studies that support his understanding of how synesthesia works and could work. But when it comes to the connection with LSD hallucinations, he just never looked into that to get more info. That seems a little bit deceptive, that he's presenting a limited slice of information as to what constitutes the synesthesia scenario. Now, interestingly, I almost wonder if he's reluctant to look further into LSD research because he may be forced to acknowledge that it's purely a hallucination of color sensory perception that is not connected to anything happening in reality, in the real world. Now, if you were to talk to Mayim Bialik on this topic of synesthesia, you know, Mayim Bialik, who played the role of Sheldon Cooper's sexually motivated girlfriend, she will get a little bit more defensive and say, like, yes, some people have synesthesia when they take LSD trips, but that's a totally separate thing. You can almost feel the nervousness in her voice saying, no, synesthesia, similar symptoms experienced in LSD, that's a separate thing. We're talking about synesthesia. But then she doesn't provide any details on how they're different or anything with that. So it starts to feel like she is really just pandering to the synesthesia lobby to say, I see you, you should feel seen, you're not just hallucinating, live your truth. I would love to see Adam Neely and Mayim Bialik talk candidly on camera with no place to hide, reckoning with the factor of the hallucinatory element of associating colors with sounds, because all sorts of those sensory crossovers are extremely common with LSD scenarios. And furthermore, that's just a thing that the brain does. In fact, I have come across indications that young babies in their early phase of development all experience synesthesia in some form at that early age, and that it's something that naturally occurs, but you gradually grow out of it as your body matures. And that the 4% or however much of the population that has synesthesia, the reason they have it is because their neurons didn't fully separate the way that they're supposed to by default at the end of early childhood. And so that's an interesting aspect in itself, whether that childhood synesthesia that apparently most babies do experience in some form, is there an evolutionary advantage to that, or is that just a totally incidental emergent phenomenon? You know, another thing that is experienced by young children that you typically outgrow is speaking your thoughts aloud, right? Verbalizing your stream of consciousness thought process. That's something that children do, and they eventually grow out of it. Whereas some people will continue into adulthood verbalizing their stream of consciousness thoughts out loud, regardless of how many other people are in the room trying to focus on their own work. I just gotta grab water. I'll be right back. I forgot my water. So it being a carryover vestigial structure from the emergent phenomena of an infant's developing brain process, Adam will acknowledge this and the connections to LSD hallucinations. And if these things were the only things Adam ever said, you could walk away from it having a sense that, yeah, Adam has a reality-based grip on what synesthesia is, what it represents in reality. However, Adam then proceeds to open his mouth on numerous occasions and reveal that he maintains contradictory beliefs about what synesthesia is and what it does or doesn't represent in the real world. And the biggest, most recurring critical example of this is Adam's misuse of the word is. You know, is. That's an important word. You really don't want to get the use of that word is wrong, because that very simply means to exist in reality. In our shared, objective, externally verifiable reality. So one almost gets the sense that Adam Neely acknowledges all those practical limitations of what synesthesia is that were mentioned in part 1, because if he did not acknowledge those, he would be seen as a bit of a loony. Who's got his head up in the clouds of his own internal mind fanfic fantasy world. So it's almost like he makes these concessions reluctantly, but then indulges his thought process that reveals that he's very clearly clinging to a belief that synesthesia is more than just an arbitrary emergent phenomenon. And all you need to do is look at his choice of words. In his synesthesia video, he will say with particular gusto that, oh yeah, different people have different color associations with certain notes. And so there are musicians who will strongly disagree that this note is red versus green. And why I find this frankly disturbing is that Adam Neely would present this and say, yeah, these two different musicians strongly disagree about what color it is. It's like, whoa, hold on. There's nothing to disagree about. If you are having a passionate disagreement, that's misguided, because the most that you can say is that A is red in your head. You could only have a disagreement about something like this if you are asserting that that sound wave in reality, in objectively, externally verifiable reality, is itself red or green. There should be no practical reason for two people to ever agree, to ever disagree. Right? You can't say, I disagree with you. I think this note is blue. The most you can say is that it's blue in your own head. So the fact that you would so passionately entertain these thought process of disagreement, right, we're barely into part 2 of this video, and that has already revealed that you are not just writing this off as an arbitrary incidental circumstance. you are clinging to the idea that that red you sense when you experience the letter A is like a true property, inherent to the object of your attention. Third, Bruno says, many, if not aspects of people, are subject to chaos. This is a key example. Yeah, what do you mean about that? Like the arbitrary, random shuffling of the deck. You shuffle the deck one day, and that's the exact deck you have for the rest of your life. And everyone's deck is shuffled differently and arbitrarily up front. Third, Bruno confirms. Yeah, I wonder what other things that you're thinking about in people that are subject to chaos. Okay, so now let's look at a pull quote from the mouth of Babes himself, Adam Neely the Hedgehog. I'm going to jump to this timestamp here.
Sound, I can think about music, but like if you ask me to imagine a major track,
Are not logical, and they're different. Sound, and I think of the synesthesia as like just another layer to it because it's personal. That's the best thing about synesthesia, or like the most interesting thing I think, is that the specific color associations are not logical, and they're different for everybody who has it. So for somebody else, their G might be green. I think they are completely wrong because G is very clearly a brown note. Brown note. But it's pretty cool because everybody has very particular personal associations.
Right, so time out. I'm writing you a ticket, Adam Neely. You are expanding your egocentricity and expecting the entire world to play along. How can you maintain this belief that you can't disagree that the note is red or green, because the most you can say is really just the neurons firing in your own specific, unique brain? Why are you wasting breath to passionately disagree with people because they say this note is in fact this other color? I feel like I'm watching two flat earthers go at it with this. It's irresponsible and shameful to indulge this thought process and express any angst and express even an ounce of exasperation that someone else's arbitrary color associations aren't aligned with yours. The only way that you could, Adam, possibly use the word disagree is if you are clinging to the belief, which you very clearly are, that red that you experience with A is like the true objective reality property of A, and not just an emergent arbitrary phenomenon in your own head. It starts to give a very unfortunate impression that Adam Neely is totally buying into the school of thought that these color perceptions are actually seeing deeper into reality, perceiving attributes that are imperceivable for most people, that he has this increased, evolved, extrasensory perception, and that maybe if everyone, and that just maybe, if lots of different people can have lots of different color criteria for things like letters or notes, that maybe deep down one of them is correct. And that there can be so much disparate data between different synesthesiites that it's because it's a newly emergent phenomenon and, we're not fully evolved yet. But Adam, in his exasperation, betrays his insistence that he has the true monopoly on actual perception of this or that letter. Third Bruno is saying some people expect certain things to be the same for some people, but humanity is more chaotic. Yeah, as far as like favorite foods and colors, yeah, I think that's partly dictated by nature and nurture. Sushi, you can acquire a taste for sushi if your parents, require you to eat it at that early age. Third Bruno believes certain things are normal, but nothing good. Few things are normal. But yeah, we should perhaps revisit that at some point. Okay, so for another unfortunate crossing of wires, one of the co-hosts of that podcast episode about synesthesia was talking about the band The White Stripes and how they have their presentation visual color scheme primarily centered around the three specific colors of red, white, and black. Now, the podcast host, Noah, will tell you that, because of that, when I listen to the White Stripes, I'm honestly feeling those color vibes, even just when I'm listening to the music without a music video. And you can point at that and say that that's totally classical conditioning. The White Stripes music is no more red or white than the little Albert mouse is particularly scary or horrifying. This is a Quasimodo situation. Those two things are totally unrelated. Any association that you superimpose is a totally artificial construct. It's essentially, you've been classically conditioned to think about those three colors when you listen to the White Stripes. But that has literally nothing to do with the music itself. Because this discussion that you're hearing me deliver today totally rejects the Twitter-born philosophy of expanding lots and lots of definitions in order to serve an agenda or be able to deliver some new, insightful, quote-unquote, discovery. Many of these, quote-unquote, discoveries or assertions are very often, in the case of Adam Neely, nothing more than linguistic gymnastics. And if you doubt me on that everything that Adam asserts in these cases lives only in his head and is totally separate from the actual music, well, we're going to prove that in due time in a subsequent video titled Adam Neely is Not a Musician. He's in fact a mixed media Sudoku specialist, which overlaps with music in some important ways, but it's not the same thing. It requires reading prerequisite prequel comics. Suddenly, that's a mixed media presentation. Okay. Okay, now the way that Noah said it almost at least sort of acknowledges that it's an artificial association with those colors, totally divorced from the inherent properties of the music. However, Adam Neely proceeds to open his mouth and take it a step further. Listen to this. Brace yourselves. Oof, I'm not looking forward to this clip.
In my mind, that's what psychedelia was all about, you know?
Yeah. Well, it just so happens that Seven Nation Army is a red song, so that's good that there's like a correlation between there. It's a very A minor is such a red, but that's interesting because there's such a.
This is painful. He abused that word "is" again, right? What's the word? Not arrogant, but. He is so conceited and egocentric in his monopoly on the truth that he is using that word. He's just flat out saying, Seven Nation Army is a red song because A minor is red. Right, so that's the thing. Third Bruno is saying, wait, hold on, colors for keys? Like, entire keys? And I think it's as simple as Adam associates the color red with the letter A, so that does not only apply to the individual note A, but also an A minor scale. Like, it's so arbitrary. All right, I'm putting this in. This is great. Because Third Bruno is saying exactly what this is kind of leading to. Now, I'm recording this in the studio, and I got the live audience on the other side of the plexiglass, and I can see their chats. The Third Bruno says, wait, Adam is associating colors for entire keys, not just individual notes? He will in one breath say that, when I look at this triad, the three notes sort of resemble the Cameroonian flag. And it's just another Quasimodo Nostradamus Notre Dame situation. The fact that he would invoke the Cameroonian flag borders on disturbing. Why is he presenting this information with the same gusto and delivery of any other objective things that he might report on or conclude? And the Third Bruno adds to that by saying, all Adam Neely needs to do is add the phrase "to me" before "is," right? Adam would just need to say, Seven Nation Army is red to me. But he is overtly acknowledging that he just says, no, it is red. It's two simple words, to me. It's not complicated. Okay, so let's identify the slippery slope that Adam has created with this abuse and widening of the word "is." If the world worked according to Mr. Adam Neely, then Adam Neely would need to go to every college campus and make sure that the Asian American Club allowed Caucasian white people to their events because they identify as Asian. And if you ask them, by all appearances and by any objective metric in the shared objective reality of ours, you're just a white dude. And this white dude will say, no, but you got to understand. When I'm thinking about my identity in my mind, if you ask me what is my race, I will feel it as clear as day. It's so clear to me. It says, I am Asian. But that's not happening in reality. That's a qualia exclusive. So you need to be a responsible adult and acknowledge that even if your heart and soul is heavily pushing this understanding of your identity and reality, or the idea that a certain note is, quote unquote, a certain color, any responsible adult would man up and say, that's a qualia exclusive. Recognize that although it seems perfectly convincing, even synonymous with your experience of what reality is, it's a brain neuron synapse exclusive. So the idea that Adam would guff with exasperation because other people don't agree with his color assignments, it's so childish. It's almost adorable, but I can't regard it as adorable because it's a disturbing lack of commitment to truth and to shared reality. Externally verifiable objective properties. Okay, and hearing Adam talk about the different ways that this can manifest in people with the color associations, Adam himself does not visually see these colors. He just feels them. In the same way a person might, I feel like I am Asian. But some people actually visually see these colors. They might look at a letter and they not just feel the letter in an abstract sense, but they literally see like emanating colors in their field of vision. Now, this was kind of an aha moment that I realized that there was one time I read a novel where there was a character who was just very casually and matter-of-factly talking about auras. They would walk up to a person, look at them for a few moments to kind of sense their aura and say like, oh, you have a tealish blue aura. Oh, your aura is a very regal purple. And this other person is a tealish blue-green aura. Right? They are looking at this colorful... They are looking at this color data that they are experiencing through consciousness, and they are incorrectly attributing that to real-world reality properties. When people don't actually have some mystical aura that's following them around, that's just bonus, arbitrary hallucination. See you later, Shadow Ops. So it becomes disturbing because people that see auras surrounding a person and they think that the color somehow reflects their identity or personality, they are now walking around saying that they are some kind of extrasensory expert that has some kind of superhuman ability to perceive truth in the universe that other people just can't even detect. And Adam time and again opens his mouth to deliver these same kinds of statements. So I can look back at people who self-proclaim themselves to be prophets taking divine inspiration from a higher power, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, if I was born 2,000 years ago, before the advent of modern science, I could easily imagine that seeing these colorful auras could only be interpreted as some kind of divine presence expressing itself. But thankfully, humanity has advanced our understanding to understand what a hallucination is. Now, one important pulse check that you can give to just kind of smell the bullcrap with all of this is that for all the helpful mnemonics that it has to help Mr. Neely navigate the fretboard in a live show, well, does it come with any drawbacks? Drawbacks that expose the counterproductive, arbitrary nature of these sense perceptions that are not rooted in anything in reality. They are qualia exclusive. Well, let's see how Adam's indulgence of the synesthesia philosophy that he peddles leads him to experience displeasure and discomfort when really everything's fine, bro. You are only experiencing discomfort because your arbitrary criteria is totally divorced from the reality that we all share. So let me jump to a timestamp at about here. And here we go.
Your experience with this, assuming you know, let's say you know how to play a song, so that you are associating with like the colors because you know what key it's in and whatever. Do you ever have experiences where like you can't enjoy the sound as much as you otherwise would because the colors don't look good together?
It rarely comes up. So I'll say this. If there was like a multimedia presentation going on while I'm playing a song and there was a lot of color that was not the right color of the song, like if I'm having to consciously think about the song, if I don't know the song that well and my hands aren't moving the way that they should be moving because I'm having to think, like, oh, the song's in the key of G, oh, like what's the next chord? Oh, it's like a B7. All right. Like if I'm consciously thinking about the names of the chords, and then there's also a multimedia presentation going on, which the colors aren't matching the things that I'm thinking about, that would probably be the only time that I would have some kind of dissonance. But for the most part, I'm not having to think two ways at the same time. The only thing that it really has come up is in YouTube videos where I'm having to color code things which don't have colors. And then I'm like, this looks so wrong if a C major chord is green. That is just, wrong. Wrong. It's not as much of a helper.
Guys, you just heard that. You listen to the energy and just blatant disdain for the reality around him that is not conforming to his arbitrary, erroneous criteria. Listen to that again. Oh, wrong. Wrong. He betrays his biases. He is clinging to the idea that his arbitrary perceptions are like true or correct, the only right answer. It's shameful and irresponsible. Right, so whether that negative experience that Adam Neely has, which only further exacerbates his pre-existing disdain for most people that aren't him, do you want to know the big tell of what gives away the fact that Adam Neely regards most other people with inferior disdain? It's because whenever he did Q&A videos on his channel, he would always read the voice of the comments in that awful helium voice. The helium voice that's higher pitched that you typically reserve when you're reading out like bogus takes that you've encountered in online discussions. These are people asking thorough, intelligent, meaningful questions that are only serving as an outline for Adam Neely to create content, and yet he is reciting all of these comments with that high-pitched voice. Like, it's like, oh, here are these inferior subjects that are so lucky to be able to be given airtime with Adam Neely so he can issue his godly advice from up above in the clouds. Anyone who continued writing in questions to Adam Neely or listening to his Q&A videos with that totally unforced, unnecessary little slight and knock on the audience, I think that's a direct reflection of those viewers' self-respect stats. That you would just put up with that. Third Bruno's question is, are these mental connections even avoidable for people like him? It strikes Third Bruno as involuntary and unavoidable. I would think that they are unavoidable, but it's still a choice to use the word is instead of acknowledging that it's an event that's only in your mind. If Adam Neely took LSD and started hallucinating a bunch of fancy colors and shapes, so if Adam Neely took LSD and saw all these wacky colors and shapes, and when he looks at the ocean, he would not go so far to take that additional step of saying, the ocean is a bunch of wacky colors and swirls. He would say, that's just a figment of qualia that exists only in my mind, and although it feels real to me, I fully recognize that it's a false construct. Right, so Adam would not say that the ocean or sky is a bunch of wacky colors, but he will take that extra step and say, the note A is red. And if you're not on board with me in that, I'm going to bring out my sassy, exasperated, frustrated voice. This is so incredibly childish, and it's so disheartening that people would continue looking to Adam Neely throughout the years as a source of helpful, meaningful insight that's going to help them become better musicians, writing compositions whose emotion and intent will actually be perceived by the listening audience. Now, in the studio audience here, Jack Griffith says, a lot of YouTube music theorists seem driven by a need to be exceptional. Fixating on synesthesia feels like a manifestation of this. It implies that there's a secret world of sensation that's only available to you, and that separates you from others. I couldn't have said it better, Jack. He is clinging to this potential secret insight he has on the truth of the universe. And while he will in one breath acknowledge that it's not logical, even he will use the word not useful, in retrospect, you look at those statements and it's almost like he's saying those things because someone has twisted his arm into doing so. And when I say twist his arm, it's just a matter of practical... It's just a matter of a practical need to not be exposed as a total fool about this, indulging his qualia exclusive whims. And Jack, you'll be happy to hear this. JJ over here says, incredible take from Jack. And yeah, that you're right on point with that, Jack. Now, building on what Jack just said, I wish we were done, but there's more examples of Adam spending an enormous amount of mental energy pursuing these leads. He is trying to find a reality-based connection between the color he perceives and just the music, sound wave frequency itself. Jack Griffith says, thanks, JJ. That's what it's all about. So one way that Adam Neely will try to open your mind to be willing to entertain these ideas, he will say, listen, my synesthesia and other synesthetes is its own unique phenomenon that most people don't experience, but Adam will then say, well, hold on. Actually, most people already experience music in a metaphorically synesthetic way. Right? Adam really loves to cite the example of how any normal person will nonetheless use terminology, perhaps metaphor, to describe a sound as sharp. Well, how can a sound be sharp if it's just audio? There's nothing pointy to literally touch. So Adam will say, see, that's just a loose metaphor association, and for me to associate colors with sounds is the same thing. Well, no, that is a very disturbing false equivalency that will be debunked right now. Calling a sound sharp is an apt metaphor. If you say a sound is punchy or it's flat, all of those metaphorical descriptors are an apt metaphor that applies to the objective properties under review. Adam Neely will further cite the example of the Booba versus Kiki example, which we're going to look at right now. So let me pull that up. And I'll just caution everyone in the viewing audience, be prepared. This is your douche chill alert. What you see and hear right now, you may get the douche chills. And the douche chills are and I'm going to cut this from the video, but douche chills are basically when someone says or does something so douchey that it's kind of like, almost like, what do you call it? When you get goosebumps on your skin, it's like, ooh, douche chills. So prepare yourself for douche chills. I'm not going to put that in the final video, don't worry. Okay, I'll pause this. Change the window here. You've been warned. Prepare for the chills.
I'm sorry, was that applause? I couldn't hear it over Ryan's shoes.
Let's take, for instance, the off-sided study of Booba and Kiki. Across all cultures and all languages, when subjects are asked which shape is Booba and which shape is Kiki, Kiki is almost always identified as the shape on the right, and Booba is identified as the shape on the left. Our cross-modal perception of the sharp consonants in the word Kiki, Kiki, tells us that the spikier lines of the shape better suit that word than the rounder sound of Booba. Booba. Cross-modal metaphor is everywhere in language, especially when it comes to musical ideas and concepts. That riff was really heavy. It has a lot of harmonic color. That snare sounds punchy. Your tone is really fat and beefy. That flute, though, sounds light and airy. That performance was electrifying. That melody is really sweet, too sweet, to the point of being cloying and saccharine. We use metaphor all the time in music. A recent study from synesthesia researcher Jamie Ward found a strong relationship between color brightness and pitch, even among non-synesthetes. Synesthetes showed consistency of hue among different...
I don't need to go further into that. Okay, so yes, as you guys are saying in the chat, So I hope by this point it's clear enough. As JJ said, those are two totally separate things, Adam. Nostradamus and Notre Dame. Okay? The reason why the Booba and Kiki thing is totally unrelated and has no bearing on your arbitrary synesthesia perceptions. Oh, let me get the gameplay back. But yes, I'm very glad that JJ is kind of having the same yikes reaction that I did to that. I really try not to ever accuse people of bad faith. I'm not even going to indulge that line of thinking. I am only ever going to respond to this on face value, and the reason is because I know full well that even if Adam was just exaggerating for clicks, I know for a fact that a great many people will fully buy it. So, right, even if Adam Neely was totally exaggerating just to get clicks, it does not mean that we shouldn't have this conversation because people are eating it up. All right, let me hit play on this. JJ says he doesn't explain the whys of Booba and Kiki. He just goes on to list more verbs. So the reason that the Booba and Kiki thing is totally different from Adam Neely's color synesthesia is because with the Kiki thing, the K sound, k, k, which again is a totally artificial language construct, but nonetheless does identify an actual correlation of identity. People can say that that shape is Kiki because that sound k, k, is a sharp and sudden sound compared to the more booba. It sounds like blah, 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 right? There is a tangible reality-based connection between the two. So Adam is presenting this and saying, like, see, we have these cross-sensory associations, and Adam just quickly wants to hope you accept that color synesthesia is just operating by those same rules in the same domain. It's totally different because, unlike the Kiki example, there is no fathomable reason why red would have any association to the letter A, never mind the note A. They're totally arbitrary and different, and you know that, as Adam will acknowledge in the first breath, totally different between people. Not logical. But then Adam is going to turn around and try to pursue these threads with zeal. With zeal. And so this Booba Kiki bridge too far, false equivalence, is really just a symptom of Adam's entire brand angle, which relies on, like we said, those expanded definitions and the new theses that can get attention as afforded by those conveniently expanded definitions. Now, Adam absolutely loves to tell you about the idea that, look, even the way we describe notes as high or low, that too is just a language-based thing that's not really describing inherent properties of the music itself. He will point to some languages where, when they talk about music, instead of using the words higher, instead of describing notes' relative pitch as being higher or lower, they will instead describe what we call lower notes as fat or thick, and higher pitched notes as thin. And so he says, look, Other people apply these metaphors and cross-modal sensory associations and color associations are operating in the same domain. So, I'm calling BS on that right now. Even if those other languages do describe notes in terms of fat or thin, I have no problem believing that. Are you telling me that if you pull up their sheet music, instead of having notes go up and down on the page in the contour, am I instead going to see notes all aligned in a perfect horizontal row, and then the notes get thicker or smaller based on their pitch? That's ridiculous. I would bet $5 right now, without even looking it up, that any and all languages that use that fat or thin terminology where we would use high or low, their sheet music is still going to very intuitively show the upward and downward motions. So for Adam to say there's actually nothing inherently higher or lower about notes the way we describe them, well, time out, sugar. You want to know what's higher or lower about this or that note? The frequency. All a note is, this note is different from that note, is because the frequency is a higher or lower number. That's a reality-based correlation. When you have an economic report of gross domestic product, the higher the number goes, the more the little line climbs up the graph. It's pretty straightforward. That's not a loose, arbitrary language metaphor. More dollars, more height. More frequency, right? Hertz. Higher note. It's not complicated. It's quite intuitive. Adam tries to tell you that the high-low thing is an arbitrary metaphor, and so we should accept his color associations too. But those are two totally different things. So Adam would need to provide evidence of like sheet music with the notes on the page getting fatter or thinner. Because until he does, his comments on the topic will just be regarded as his internal ivory tower fanfic. He is trying to blur the lines, expand the domain in ways that are not blurred. There's no gray area with what we're talking about. There is nothing about the colors that Adam feels. They're just a feeling that is in any way informed by anything happening in reality. It's a quality exclusive. You know this. Adam will try to tell you that synesthesia may be related to perfect pitch itself, but again, that's a false equivalence, not the same thing, because a pitch that you can detect is a frequency that's occurring in reality, that can be perceived by others and objectively verified that way as not just happening exclusively in someone's imagination. Pitch is something that everyone can agree upon. There's no disagreements or philosophical dilemmas about this. The fact that you're having this philosophical angst about other people's colors not aligning with yours should send you a clear signal that this is a brain-only phenomena. And for you to double down, and for you to so continually and unapologetically use the word is in these discussions reveals that you're trying to expand your egocentric monopoly on the truth to everyone else to play along. So perfect pitch is different because you are identifying something in reality. The color associations are just an extra arbitrary co-occurrence. So what we're going to hear Adam say now, as we're wrapping up, is the most blatant, egregious example of Adam clearly not regarding this as an illogical, mind-only phenomenon, but he thinks he's digging deeper to discover some previously unknown truth about sound waves in our shared universe. There's only one truth, there's only one universe. So brace yourselves for this clip, people. All right. Jump over here. Here we go.
Whether or not different composers had it, but Scriabin probably did.
Color theory and color theory tying to music theory, even outside of synesthesia, like you were talking about with that Newton thing, is so interesting to me as someone who works with color and music a lot. It's such an interesting thing because I personally, I guess like we were talking about earlier, I see that, but not in a kind of theoretical framework, you know? I see it through, I guess, like everything, the cultural framework.
Yeah.
That's why you're here.
There's a presentation I gave like a couple years ago where, if you think about what sound is, right? It's vibrations in air, and you can measure like how fast that vibration is, and that's hertz. So A is 440 hertz. And then what you can do is you can calculate, all right, well, an octave above A is twice that. So it's not 440 hertz, it's 880 hertz. So if the air vibrates 880 times per second, that's also an A. And then you can keep multiplying that number times 2, higher and higher and higher. So 1760 hertz is also A, and times 2 and times 2. And you can just keep making that number higher and higher until it's outside of the sonic spectrum. So you can't hear it, but it's still A. The wavelength is still vibrating, but you just can't hear it. And if you multiply it enough times, like over and over and over again, you can get into the visible light spectrum in theory. And you can calculate what A would be in the visual light spectrum. And it turns out it's orange. And there's actually a great chart that you can find on New Age websites, which shows like the relationship between every color and and the note. We see in 1 octave, meaning it's actually a little bit less than 1 octave, but the electromagnetic spectrum with which we see is like pretty narrow. It's the distance, I think, don't quote me on it, like 440 tetrahertz to 735 tetrahertz, something like that, trillions of times per second.
That
light
sounds right.
Is vibrating. Yeah,
I don't know any better either. Don't take my word for it.
I made up some numbers.
If you're listening
Don't
to this
believe me.
podcast, just Google it. If you
Just Google it. It's high numbers. I just said it authoritatively, so maybe double check my math. But that's pretty cool, though. It's like you can make that relationship. Hey, we see in 1 octave. So there's like this almost metaphor between literal color and literal sound that we can relate the two. When we were talking briefly about color theory, this is something that I know visual artists deal with a lot about, like...
All right, that was the idea. So that right there is your smoking gun. Adam learned about this study using a mathematical equation to connect certain sound frequencies to certain colors on the color spectrum. Right? And since we unfortunately know that Adam associates red with A, he used the example and say, hey, if you keep multiplying the number, the result that you will eventually get that corresponds with the light spectrum is orange. Right? So Adam is looking this up and being like, wow, if the colors that I perceive all align with these connections between sound and light, then that must mean that my perceptions are in line with reality, and that other people may get data about colors, but theirs is off. But if mine aligns with the objective math that you can show on the page, then that would mean that I'm on, right? And the idea that orange is like a similar, closer shade to red, right? Why would Adam even say this with such a curious, enthusiastic presentation, if not to suggest that, the compass of colors in my synesthetic mind might not be perfect, but I'm onto something, because the A that I feel as red can be shown in that other context to be orange. Well, he doesn't mention any other colors. And as Third Bruno says in the audience, I mean, sensing photons is different than sensing disruptions in the particles surrounding one's ears. Can they really be linked? No, because Nostradamus and Notre Dame are two totally different things. And it's like Adam is indulging these horoscope-type theories of connections between totally unrelated disciplines in order to create meaning and purpose for himself. And to be the sage insight deliverer to his great many followers. Now, we are going to now wrap up part 2 right now by showing you a truly disgusting example of Adam's bullying, of Adam's defensive bully tactics. We are here in the audience watching him very blatantly and egregiously abuse the very basic word is. But when people question him on this, this is the truly shameful ivory tower brush away that he will deliver to you with his signature aggression and condescension. So I'm going to change windows for this one.
Scientist, mathematician, and also musician. Every bit of sphere of knowledge will feed into every other sphere of knowledge. So maybe a deep knowledge of acoustics won't directly affect your ability to play music, but it will make you a better musician and a better human being, and that's something that I at least hope to strive for. The harmonic pulse writes, so certain notes signify colors to only a small group of people.
Great. Tell me, do all these people with synesthesia see similar colors according to similar notes/sounds? No. This phenomenon is based in imagination, something all people are born with, not some sixth sense heightened perceptive power or neurological disorder. Frankly, I'm tired of hearing musicians address the public about their synesthesia. It comes across as self-obsessive. So the overwhelming majority of comments that were left on my synesthesia video were from people who wanted to share their
let me
synesthetic
just pause
experiences
this.
with me.
In this, I don't think we should even listen to this whole clip. I'm going to jump to the end of it, but this segment, this just this one question, there's a lot to unpack. In fact, this might get its own video. Adam Neely is a defensive bully. I am too exhausted that I cannot even subject you to this awful kind of completionist style, weak sauce, emotional, grandstanding defense. So maybe let's mark this for another day. But I'm going to jump ahead to the end of this segment. Okay, but just so that you're not confused, I will say that his angle in the way that he responds to that question is to say, no, it's real. Look at all these scientific journals studying it and doing MRIs and brain scans to try to... It's a total straw man. It's a total straw man. No one is doubting that you feel those qualia. We are very simply saying that those qualia you feel are not informed by reality. They are, for all intents and purposes, a hallucination. So let me just play the clip, because I'm kind of going to be talking about this.
And cognition, psychology of music, American Journal of Psychology. What it really comes down to, though, is people doubting experiences that they New Age unscientific thought. What it really neuropsychology and many, many others. As we all know, bastions of New Age unscientific thought. What it really comes down to, though, is people doubting experiences that they themselves have not experienced, which is a little strange because I don't see these kinds of people doubting color blindness or something like tetrachromacy, which is the rare ability of some humans to be able to finely distinguish between different colors that normal humans can't. Perception through the senses, whether it be through music or color or anything else, is such a strange and subjective thing, which is why in my synesthesia video, I didn't actually talk a whole lot about strictly synesthesia related things. I talked a lot more about philosophy of the mind, like qualia and cross-modal perception and things like metaphor and language. And you know, after the video came out, I was talking with a neuroscientist from Columbia who's saying that synesthesia is basically a form of perfect pitch. They're kind of two sides of the same coin. That's kind of one theory that he's working on right now and trying to figure out the different links between the two of them. And I found that absolutely fascinating, and I can definitely see how they are related. So what I'm trying to say is that there's real and concrete scientific work being done on synesthesia right now, and I've linked to everything in the descriptions of both videos. And if you actually cared about the subject and cared about maybe debunking it, you would go down and read through all of the New Age publications. But chances are you are going to be complacent in your cynicism. And complacency and cynicism is just as dangerous as embracing something like 432 hertz and embracing New Age concepts because of intellectual laziness. Those are my thoughts on the matter. Samuka.
Right, those are my thoughts on the matter. Don't ask again. You've been warned. Go away. I've made my thoughts, right? So that clip is offensive, and I don't want to use the G word. It's offensive and jarring for him to, first of all, strawman the person asking the question. No one is doubting that you experience these qualia. All that they are saying in the question is that if this is a qualia exclusive, why do you continue describing it in terms of things that are occurring in the real world? And hey, what's up, 440 hertz? What's your favorite note? Does it have 440 hertz? So you listen to the very defensive disdain in its voice, and it's almost like he's starting to get nervous. You feel that Mayan Bialik sense of like, no, LSD and synesthesia are totally different things. She might as well say, how dare you try to belittle synesthesia as just some hallucination. But it's so off-putting and setting a horrible precedent of just transparency and intellectual honesty. I really don't want to have to go down the road. I really don't want to have to go down the road of accusing Adam Neely of speaking in bad faith. But it's jarring that he would upload a slice of permanent content like this with such a warped misrepresentation of the question asked. So for you to then scold and berate your audience as if they are saying something indecent and doubting the truth of what you're saying, no one's doubting the truth of your qualia. We're just a little bit concerned that you are describing it in shared reality terms. Now, there is so much more happening just in that individual clip of him answering that question as read in the signature helium voice. But I am way too exhausted after talking about all this synesthesia to now unpack the numerous problems in his very spiteful and panicky response to this question to just kind of brush it all away and say, you guys aren't thinking critically. All the scientific journals are reviewing this. Yeah, they're reviewing the neurons, the brain, not the sound waves themselves. Not coming up with all these potential horoscope theories connecting the frequency of sound to have any tangible, real scientific correlation to colors. Adam, you see the colors in your head. You feel them. No one is doubting that. Shame on you for talking down to your audience, for like asking a question that's too probing or making it seem like we're doubting your report or calling you. I've said this 70 times. You get the idea. And so when I see Adam deliver this scorn, it just kind of feels like I'm watching a Gerard the Completionist review where he's caught in a corner and is now getting aggressive and condescending in order to chase people away, retreat back to his ivory tower, and continue getting algorithm engagement from people commenting about what color they think this or that is, indulging in that line of conversation about shared reality properties that they disagree what the color is. The most you can say is what it is in your head. There's nothing to disagree about. Get out of your own egocentric bubble, Adam Neely. Because if you don't, I will call it to the attention of my audience and then move on, as I have done today. So that brings us to part 3 of this video, where I will now be delivering Adam Neely his sentencing, which will specify what Adam needs to do in order to atone for this situation. So here we go. Adam Neely, I hereby sentence you to, So here we go. Adam Neely, I hereby sentence you to either agree or disagree with the statement, synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. You need to go on record in order to atone for this situation. True or false? Agree or disagree with the statement, synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. Because you have used and abused the word is to serve your agenda and your reading of reality that really only exists as a fanfic in your brain. And I'm not even going to explain why that's a problem. And yeah, only just like if you have something to disagree with, I will be glad to respond to that. But if you're just going to say Alex Yard bad, I won't even read your comment out loud. So far, all you've said is Alex Yard bad. And I'm more than confident in the past hour of conversation that I've had with the group that I do know very much what I'm talking about. Now, if Adam were to choose to hide from this question and refuse to go on record whether he agrees or disagrees that synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination, that choice to hide would essentially mean he concedes the point. And that he's just going to continue and that he's just going to consider preaching to his audience because it serves his narrative of what music is and what it means to be a musician, and he will continue exerting the influence that he has over aspiring composers. Right? If Jesus Christ had synesthesia, I could understand why he thought that a divine higher power entity was communicating with him. And that self-perceived extra ability to detect aspects of reality that other people can't detect, that's going to make you a very confident person, which is going to make you more charismatic and a better leader. The incentive is right there. So, if we're to assume that Adam will just hide and he's a lost cause, well, then all we can do as people who are committed to objective reality and the one single truth, rejecting the quote-unquote personal truth in all its forms, all we need to do is vote with our wallets and our voice. Participate constructively in discussions of the topic, whether that's on Reddit or YouTube comments. Adam seems content to just have his straw man. Adam just seems content to have his straw man. No. Adam just seems content to have his straw man defensive tantrum and then call it a day and don't ask me about this again in any challenging matter. He's just going to go on the podcast to preach to the choir with 12-tone and such, who is, of course, another music expansion definition pupil. So all we have to do in order to the rest of us need to do in order to maintain our grip on shared objective reality, make it plain and simple. Confidently say, in any applicable setting, that synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. So, Adam, the hallucination is real. No one is doubting your hallucination, but that's just exactly what it is. It's a hallucination. It's not a reflection of reality. And yeah, 440, maybe I can give you a quick kind of catch-up. But 440, in the meantime, I'll just ask you to see kind of where you're coming from. What do you know about synesthesia, and do you regard it as a hallucination? So everyone in the audience, armed with critical thinking, if you're ever in a discussion like this, don't let people like Adam bring in all this rhetoric and baggage and emotional shaming. You can just focus on the word hallucination. Remove any doubt and gray area. Focus on the aspect of synesthesia being a hallucination. Don't let the person you're talking to hide from that question, that aspect of this conversation. And if they refuse to acknowledge where they stand in regard to synesthesia being a hallucination, you can very simply consider that to be the white flag forfeit that it is. Until then, this has been Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. I'm going to go listen to the song Seven Nation Army now. And you want to know what my senses will pick up? The intervals of the Aeolian mode. The fact that it is in the key of A minor, right? That data point A, that is a means to an end that is behind the scenes to help musicians find the right note on their instrument of choice. That does not become a property of the music in the listening experience. And the only reason Adam and 12 Tone and others factor that in is because they've spent so much time diving way deep into these details that they cannot help but be hyper-conscious of them in the music that they listen to or even compose. And the problem that will run you up against is that you will make decisions in your composition process thinking that they will be experienced and perceived by the listening masses, when those composition choices will actually quickly dissipate as a fart in the wind, because you are for all intensive purposes attempting to communicate in a language that only you speak and understand. So while I am listening to Seven Nation Army, vibing with the identity of the minor scale, which is equally applicable no matter what note you choose as the tonic starting point, Adam will in the meantime do everything he can to brush away and downplay. He will say harmonic analysis is like, all right, that's boring, that's been done. Yeah, I can tell you that this song goes from a 4-chord to a 1-chord, but I'm more interested, in micro rhythms and microtones, polyrhythms. So Adam reveals his overall disdain for the typical ways that things are done. And so it's no wonder that he would spend 99% of his effort on these 1% payoffs that are basically 0% because essentially no one else will experience them unless they've done all this prerequisite reading on your YouTube videos. He wants to be a cutting-edge pioneer. He wants to deliver exclusive insights that you can't get anywhere else, so you come away at the end of the video reinforcing the Adam Neely brand of, wow, that's pretty amazing the way Adam connected all those ideas together. I can't get these kind of insights anywhere else. Recognize snake oil when a salesman is trying to get you to purchase it, people. Think critically. And if there is any lingering doubt in the listening audience right now that Adam's overzealous pursuits on these infinitesimally important details are just a futile dead end, that are a tree that falls alone in the woods with no one to hear it, I will subsequently substantiate this idea with the words of Adam Neely himself in a subsequent installment in this video series, Debunking Adam Neely. And that's that. All right. And cut. So that's the end of the discussion. Yeah, and only just like you're saying things that if you were here for the whole conversation, right? Please provide proof of him showing disdain. You've got serious nerve showing up here at the end and then asking for examples. Because, yeah, you're late. And then you had also said keys can matter on certain levels. We're all waiting. Tell us, how do keys matter on certain levels? The floor is yours. And don't talk about timbre, because that's not what pitch is. Okay, 440 Hertz said, hallucination is a broad word with a gray area. If you mean a hallucination as an image made by the mind, no, it can be any sense. You know, like people hear voices. If they're, what's it called? Different psychological conditions, you hear voices. Hallucination, yeah, is not just visual. It's really just a term that describes qualia, right? Sensations of things that are not actually there. You hear voices in your head, but there's no one actually talking. And to you, it feels perfectly real. It feels identical to hearing a real voice, but it's just a hallucination. So then, of course, like LSD, you start to see crazy shapes and colors. That's a more traditional visual one. Yeah, so only just light, you are miles behind us. And out of respect to my audience, I'm not going to waste their time. Yeah. Looking at what 440 had said, yeah, only just light. If you, right? Because I'm not going to spend time catching you up on this. If you actually want to talk to me about what you're talking about, that instruments sound different in different registers, you are talking about timbre, not pitch. And if you want to talk to me about this, what you will need to do is go see the part in my Metallic Madness video where I talk about how, choosing, like I use the examples of, you look at a piano, you got a white key versus a black key. That is totally meaningless and arbitrary. There's literally nothing at all black or white different about these. It's all relative. Musical identity is only ever a relative thing. The note D has no identity because it's the 2 in the key of C and it's the 5 in the key of G. Any individual note has zero identity until it is used in context with other note. And if you're talking about the way that those are manifest in specific instruments, you are talking about timbre, not pitch. Only Just Light is trying to say that timbre is relevant and pitch choices affect instrument timbre. So all you can really say, Only Just Light, is that the note D has a certain identity on a violin. You're talking about timbre only, not pitch. Anything of what you just said that can be applied, if you're going to make statements about that, all you can ever say is you can comment on the inherent properties of the note D on a violin. But if you are then to turn around and do that on a piano, you're not going to have all those same timbral associations. So please understand that when you do that, you're not talking about pitch. The universal properties of pitch that people should be spending their attention on, because it will be felt and heard and perceived and understood by the audience, is relative pitch. I play the note D, and that sounds kind of serious if I'm in the key of B. That's a minor third, right? Now, if the way that feels a little bit different on a piano versus a violin, we have a word for that. Timbre. Yeah, shoot, Third Bruno, ask away. And in the meantime, I'll read what Jack said. That seems a lot easier to attribute synesthesia to incomplete functional differentiation of the brain during its development. That's what it is, because as we discussed before, it's understood that most babies, infants, have some version of this that they eventually, I don't know if the right word is outgrow, but right, the brain keeps developing, and it is designed to separate those neuron synapses because they are unrelated. They have no utility in helping you to understand the real world, right? Poop smells bad to you because your mind's blueprint DNA says, yeah, that poop smell, you should understand that to be bad. That'll be negative. Poop does not inherently smell bad, but humans have evolved, the DNA blueprint so that they associate poop with negative. So that, right, they can always reliably rely on their senses to be like, oh yeah, bad smell, stay away from that. That's like the universe giving you a clue, but I shouldn't even use that metaphor because there's nothing metaphorical about it. It's just the people who like the smell of poop start playing with it and get sick and die. Natural selection does not select them. The people that survive and procreate and propagate their genes are the ones that stay away from that poop because their qualia tells them, oh, bad, right? They're not even going away from it because they know it will harm their bloodstream or whatever. They're just going away with it as an indirect means to an end because, it's unpleasant. It smells bad. All right, third Bruno's question. When you hear one note, third Bruno's question was about relative pitch. When you hear one note, can your mind fill the blanks of what a major or minor key with that note as the tonic? Without thinking of what the notes are on their own? I would say yes, if I understand the question right. Like, to give an example, if you play the note G, and I hear you play that note G, I can very easily think in my head what the G major scale sounds like, right? And if I'm going to sing it aloud, I'm just singing it aloud. Do, 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 do. I can absolutely sort of perceive that and consider it in my mind, even if I'm not vocalizing it out loud. So, yeah. And I think actually in that synesthesia podcast, maybe 12-tone was the one who said that he can't do that, which that's fine. That's not a problem that he can't do that. It's just everyone's brain could be different with this kind of thing. I think that 12-tone specifically maybe said that he can't do that. He cannot abstractly envision the idea of like the G major scale in his head. I'm looking at what 440 said. Right, and as Jack Griffith said, with that example, in the infants, the visual cortex hasn't completely separated from the auditory cortex. So auditory stimuli are triggering overlapping parts of the visual cortex. That's what it is. Right? So, Adam, no one is denying that that's the way your brain is set up. We are denying that they are perceiving anything in reality. It's just extra arbitrary data. All right, third Bruno says, you can verifiably say that you've developed relative pitch. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Based on my understanding, for you to be able to declare that you have relative pitch, you would need to hear two notes. And I know this is probably obvious to say, you already know. that, yeah, relative pitch is when you can detect the distance. Not so much if someone gives you one note and then you have to like sing out loud the major scale. I can see how it's sort of related though, but I wouldn't say that itself is okay. Now I have perfect pitch, because if you play G, I can sing the major scale. Especially because scales using stepwise motion are pretty intuitive and easy to replicate. Well, I was going to say, it might be harder for Bruno or someone in his situation to say, here's this one note, now sing a perfect fifth above it. But even that, you could use your internal knowledge of what the scale sounds like to establish that, right? If I play G and I tell Bruno, all right, sing the note that's a fifth above. Well, you could then imagine the scale in your head, do, 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 oh, and then, and now that's the one you say aloud. There's your perfect fifth. Okay, 440 hertz agrees about the timbre and pitch relation. Right, but you are only, that's only timbre. That's not, there's nothing inherent, right? If you're a violinist and you're you have an intimate familiarity with the timbre of certain notes, if you're going to write a song on the violin, and absolutely the key that you select is relevant because of your knowledge of the timbre. But that's just timbre. Let's just imagine you're a violinist that knows that for you, D major is like one of your best, most optimal options. Okay? If you now go to the piano, well, all bets are off. That information is useless, which proves that you're only talking about timbre, not pitch. To talk about pitch, you'd have to, right? You can talk about the universal truth of a major third. A major third interval is going to sound the same to people no matter what key it's in and no matter what instrument is played on. That's a universal objective property of reality that everyone can perceive and participate in, and thereby verify its truth. 440 goes on to say, ooh, Only Just Light is walking into another dead end. I'm excited to respond to that. Look for an escape ladder, Only Just Light. But in the meantime, 440 said, there is something to say about pitch's relativity. And you said, as you know, vision is not usually relative as much as pitch. Blue will always be blue. And then the note D is not really anything. Well, but D can be the tonic. It can be the perfect fifth. D can be everything. Okay, so this is maybe the last thing to talk about. You're not wrong about the condescension, but do you think you're any different? I'm being condescending to you because you do not deserve my respect. It's really straightforward. So Only Just Light says this concept is only applicable to 12-tone equal temperament and does not apply to just intonate. I don't know what the latter portion of that sentence means. The reason it's a dead end is because you're saying, oh, Alex, the idea that all notes are equal and can all function the same depending on what the tonic is, that's only a thing with 12-tone equal temperament. Because in the previous era, before they perfected the 12-tone, every note on equal footing, the very way they set up the notes and assigned pitch values was itself imperfect. So there were arbitrary differences that resulted from that lack of equal standing, where, and that's why some of the classical composers regarded C to be a certain vibe. So, if I want to write a certain like a sad vibe, I'll use C minor, because that's right? All of those are emergent properties that resulted from an imperfect attempt. It was the best attempt they had at the time. But then we modernized it and realized, hey, absolutely, there's a more precise way to do it that loses. So now composers are not having to bend over backwards to key change C minor because they think that right in the old days, it's true, right, that there were those properties, and it might be partly informed by timbre, but it's not just timbre. It's the Council of Music Theoretician white men picked, all right, A is this frequency, B is this, and within that first draft, there were imperfections where not all right, but you play a 12-tone equal temperament, a major triad, I just played a major triad and 4 different root notes, but they're all the same. They are all just root, major third, perfect fifth. Anyone who feels that a C major has a different identity than a D major triad, the most you can say is that they have a subjective preference. A subjective preference that they could never describe in any real terms beyond just their own personal unique qualia. And yeah, I'm not familiar with intonation on that concept. Okay, and yeah, without opening up a whole nother can of worms, Only Just Light says, why do you disparage Adam's interest in microtonality and polyrhythms? To hone in on microtonality is so imperceptible to the average person that the only way you could actually notice and factor in microtonality is to watch an Adam Neely video where he explicitly identifies the exact hertz and then says, all right, listen for this. That's what we call a prerequisite prequel comic. That's not music. That's a mixed media Sudoku exercise. It's kind of like if someone... The reason why I would encourage people not to spend so much time and enthusiasm on these things is because you're spending 99% of your effort for 1% payoff, maybe even 0% payoff, since most people will not notice that unless they watch your YouTube content before they go to your concert. Adam is delusional to think that his listeners would be able to perceive these things. And so for Adam's musical identity and what he contributes to be reliant on taking a class, watching a YouTube deep dive, that's not music. That's it's a mixed media, different thing. Yeah, I mean, I have to go now, but what's it called? Only Just Light says microtonality is absolutely observable. It doesn't have to be a difference of just 1 to 10 cents or something. It's just less than a semitone. I kind of feel like that goes without saying, But the only people who could even notice that are people who studied it in a classroom. If I listen to Adele or Led Zeppelin, maybe I'm right. Microtonality is in some cases just a right. I can't get carried away with this. But yeah, Third Bruno, I'll see you Saturday, my man. Polyrhythms, is also a prerequisite prequel comic thing. My thoughts, only just light, on microtonality is that half the time, microtonality is only ever referring to Adele singing a song in the studio, and maybe she didn't quite hit the note exactly on, maybe it's halfway between D and C sharp, whatever it is. So like microtonality comes into play if you're playing slide guitar. So instead of snapping every individual note to a 12-note grid, now you're sliding up, and if you want to call that microtonality, slide guitar is phenomenal, but all you're really getting is a bend. It's delusional to think that people are like, oh yeah, I just noticed that note was like halfway between B and C. It wasn't quite either. Yeah, the devil's in the details. 440 Hertz says you don't need a college degree to understand a microtone. That's like saying I need a high school degree to be able to hear the pentatonic scale. Where I would disagree with that is that even when Adam specifically calls to my attention a microtone, sometimes I can't even find it. He will cue up an Adele clip and say, listen for this microtone at this individual's, right? I'm paying attention, trying to listen for it, and I can't even tell the difference. Oh my God. And I may have to do an entire video about his shameful video fixing Led Zeppelin, as if to suggest that Led Zeppelin was trying to do this note, but they failed. Let me show you what it sounds like if he had hit the right note. And so what he does, shameful flat earthing. Right? Whole lot of love. You need fooling. I'm not grooving. Right? And then, so Adam takes the line, I'm going to send you back to school. I'm going to send ya back to schooling. So, I'm going to send ya. Adam notices that instead of landing on that E flat, I'm going to send ya, it's actually somewhere like halfway between E flat, the minor third, and E natural, the major third. So he says, right, it's so ridiculous. He takes the Led Zeppelin song, runs it through his computer, and then the computer tells him exactly how many cents it is, between E flat and E natural. And so he says, oh, look, he was right in the middle. He kind of missed the mark. Let's fix it. And for what, right? Talk about forgetting the face of your father, right? Adam fixes the song by making it land on the major third. Like this. I'm gonna send ya, right? Suddenly we're singing a Barney the Dinosaur sing-along. It's Led Zeppelin. It's blues rock. And yeah, we can talk about polyrhythms another time, but polyrhythms require too much prerequisite paper reading. Like, you have to be told what this, and that's why I say Sudoku, all the interlocking numbers, and right? Adam Neely's forgotten the face of his father, erasing the blues, erasing rock and roll by saying, oh, what Robert Plant tried and failed to do was, I'm gonna send ya, right? Yeah, I'm gonna send ya. No, it's the blues. I'm gonna send ya back to school, and he's forgotten. You know what I'm saying. 440 hertz understands what I'm saying. Yeah, that wasn't an attempt to microtone. It was just a flavor sharpening of notes. All right, the Adele thing. Yeah, we'll talk about polyrhythms. Absolutely, another time. No, I will absolutely entertain that discussion another time. But we can't get carried away with this because I'm leaving now. Yeah, so 440 hertz says that wasn't an attempt to microtone. It was just a flavor of sharpening of notes. What's that? The Adele situation? Yeah, you've got serious nerve, only just like that you want me to keep talking about any topic you want when I've been streaming for 6 hours. So get over yourself. You're not the center of the universe. You also showed up at the end of the discussion asking for examples that were already provided. So you have an Adam Neely level of egocentricity that no one is under any obligation to indulge. Good evening, only just light. In the meantime, have a great evening, 440 hertz. All right, so this is the last thing I'll say. Only Just Light says, get over yourself. You claim Adam needs to respond to me or it reflects poorly on him. You are very wrong in that. If Adam is going to respond, he's not doing it as a favor to me. I'm going to say that again. If Adam were to ever respond to anything I say here, it's not because I said he has to. It's because a person made a good point that others would agree with, that he would then look at that position. It has nothing to do with Alex Yard. It has to do with synesthesia is an arbitrary hallucination. What I am presenting is just a logical conclusion. Adam Neely should respond to it, not because I told him, but because he elects to do so because I've made a good point that for him to ignore would reflect poorly. I am simultaneously saying that Adam would need to respond in order to kind of win back his legitimacy with me. And I have every right to say that. And say, here's what Adam needs to do to make it right for me. Because I've seen him fall astray. Bad faith or not, he's lost his way. So if he wants to move back towards credibility, he would need to answer it. You seem to woefully misunderstand free speech, only just like no one is forcing or requiring Adam to do anything that I've said here today, right? My comments will live or dissipate depending on how they're received. I'm not going to tag Adam Neely. I'm not going to, tweet at him on Blue Sky and say, hey, you need to answer. I am not going to send any, right? If Adam hears anything about this, it's because I said something that was so relevant that resonated with people that my video catches fire in the algorithm, and then Adam decides it's the natural, appropriate course of action to respond. Only Just Light. Right, so I did say that it would reflect poorly on him, because that's my opinion. You don't have to share my opinion, but I'm making it very clear that his intellectual defensive bullying is a shameful problem, and I've told him what he needs to do to make it right with me. If you're threatened by me drawing boundaries and saying, what's okay to do, I'm going to put the stop on it, when I feel like I'm being sold snake oil, and that you're now bullying people away from asking, totally sensible follow-up questions, say, hey, why are you using the word is if this is only a phenomena of senses in your head? It's not happening, right? All right, this is your last chance, Only Just Light. No, you're out of respect to my audience, I have to, what's the word? Move on and say goodnight. But I reject the idea that I've hidden from anything. You've got serious nerve to show up at the end and want me to just stick around and revisit all this stuff. Get over yourself, Only Just Light. You make it seem like you're running this discussion. And you can ask me any questions about things that you claim I'm dodging, right? But for you to try to make this about I have to stay here and answer all of your questions now because you think the universe is centered around you. If you think I'm being intellectually dishonest, I reject that. Stop watching my content. My content is not for you. If you look at the honest, integrity-based things that I'm saying to you, and you think I'm being intellectually dishonest, you should just stop watching my content. If you don't buy into my compass of how the world works, tap out. Why are you continuing to bully me about this and claiming that I'm intellectually dishonest? You are on a fast track to 5 years of irrelevance where I will no longer need to regard or respond to what you're saying because you've lost the goodwill in that sense. So you're trying to equate this just as I'm free to insult Toby or Adam in multiple videos. False equivalency. If you don't understand why the two things are different, what I'm doing is using my platform to talk to my own audience. I am not going to Toby Fox and bothering him and pressing him for a response. Anything I do is talking to the public, and fuck you for trying to scare me away from that. You are threatened by my perspective, so you're trying to make it about the person me. If you're going to say I'm being intellectually dishonest, I will just ignore what you're saying. Because when it comes to these fundamental disagreements like this, people are planets apart. So, of course, you're going to start to think that I'm being intellectually dishonest. That's how misaligned your compass is. And if this is going to keep happening and you're going to throw a fit like this and demand questions and try to make it seem like I am dodging questions, you are threatened by me speaking the truth to your own audience. I am not harassing Adam or Toby. I'm leaving them alone, talking to my own audience. The ideas that I am presenting will live or die on their merit. You are afraid of people learning about my perspective that's cutting through all the bullshit. And if my ideas are circulated widely enough, then it's just a perfect logical thing that Adam would freely elect to make a choice. The reason why you are different and you are a toxic bully is because you are continually haunting me, attacking my integrity. Me getting worked up like this is not a good look. And if you're going to take this tack every time you engage, I just need to do a better job of ignoring you. So to everyone else, yeah, we're not going to talk about Toby today. Except to say that I did that as a defense mechanism to counteract all the bullshit, right? I shouldn't talk about this. People were continually attacking me, accusing me of bad faith with the music theory stuff. And so I said, all right, you want to do this? You sure you want to do this? Because if you're going to attack me because of my original composition reporting, I can say so much more that will further undermine the credibility of this person that you continue to champion despite all evidence to the contrary. If you're going to shame me and say that Toby is a stand-up guy who's open and honest about his influences, I am going to tell you who Toby Fox is by calling to your attention the things that you choose to ignore. So I will forever stand by any reporting that I did on Twitter, because Twitter is just a separate thing that's not really important. Twitter is something I only ever use when I have a reason to do it for the most part. So I'm like, yeah, if people are going to be so deluded in their reality, continue attacking my character, I'm going to defend myself by showing you the person you are championing and defending is actually despicable. All right, you're getting carried away, Only Just Light. So, and I'm not even saying we can never talk about Tobes ever again, but I reject all the last few messages, your accusations, right? Totally object that. You are effectively an AI who is disagreeing at any cost. So to the other, right, you're not literally an AI, but you might as well. I will treat you as a bad faith, say anything AI. Because you haven't said anything, what did I misrepresent? So to the other 4 viewers on Twitter, I'm sorry that this went in the direction that it did, but this is just kind of the end of the stream. I hope you enjoyed everything up to this point. So Third Bruno and JJ, if you're still around, Jack Griffith, this was a pleasure. I gotta really not get worked up over people like Only Just Light, because I can turn around and expect Only Just Light to be an inevitable byproduct of just Twitter bubble culture, people stuck in their own universe and expecting the rest of the world to play along. I really should not be bothered in any way, shape, or form by Only Just Light, because everyone else here is having a constructive, reality-based conversation, and everything I talked about today was, fully acknowledged and received by my audience. So if that's... yeah, it's a date, Only Just Light. Let's do it. Let's do it. If you want me to continue... Yeah, let's do it. So, I'm going to bid you all good night. But yeah, that's a wrap. So Jack, I'll see you later. 440 Hertz has thoughts. Yeah, and I'm gradually getting better at recognizing the inevitable quantity of Only Just Lights out there in the world, right? If I was entertaining the thought process, getting worked up about it, I would never get any work done. Just like I would never get any work done if I was taking seriously any number of comments on, my perfect pitch video or whatever else. So Only Just Light will say anything. I have nothing to apologize for or further explain, which is why I'm looking forward to further installments of discussions here on the air, both within and outside the ongoing video series